Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not
We will bring the jury.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy, do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy
They
there.
got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their courtroom.
The fireworks are not done.
We're getting commentary on the case. Dati mihi Anglican, boys, verbal Latinos.
That's literally not true.
I didn't ask you to interrupt me.
Is that correct?
Oh, for Trump's sake.
Good morning, Oh my goodness. What happened there? Good morning, welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. I'm sitting in the dark today. Let's see, I'm just going to turn on 16 dB of gain. That's a little closer to what it actually looks like. Let's see. Oh, that'll work. All right. Good morning. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict.
Hello.
I'm not a mushroom. I'm not sitting in the dark. Holy crap. We've got some good stuff today. Good morning. Big special shout out to Irish Leone. Irish Leone, you were first in chat this morning. Congratulations. Lovely to see you. Top of the morning to you. Unfortunately, your promptness and punctuality is being punished with internet ownership, everything IP related.
From the state of Georgia.
Oh, we're going to Georgia today. Everything IP related is your responsibility. How's Georgia spelled? Well, there's actually it's debatable. You know, there's a couple spellings that go around.
110 years ago.
Let me see what I did here. It's Georgia. I was typing fast and my eyes were a little bit blurry when I typed this. So apparently we'll just do this. Ready? We're just going to go I win, right? Here we go. Fixed it. Now y'all can just use whatever spelling you prefer for the state that shall not be named. Happy Friday to you, though. If you were here for the podcast last night, thank you, and thank you to the people that contributed to the little GoFundMe that we mentioned for a gentleman who had his tip jar stolen from him. Appreciate those who chimed in on that one and gave a little something. So thank you. Spelling was not my strong suit. And neither was pronunciation. As a matter of fact, I did really well on English comprehension. And my reading skills are moderately okay. I can bluff my way through most books. Georgia. Apologize, Georgia. Apologize. The keys aren't even close to each other. I have no excuse for how I spelled it. I'm banned from the state of Georgia. Those Georgians. Georgia is what we're going to call it. Georgia. Anyway, we have a couple things to do before we kick off. What is going to be, I've got to warn you, a crazy hearing that happened just the other day, like yesterday. This is in Judge McBurney's court in the great state of Georgia, who I owe an apology to, apparently, because I spelled your name wrong. But this is Fulton County, Georgia. Yes, it's the place I don't want to be. Either way, I have a screenshot. Yes, it lives forever. Lives forever. I was just excited that I got the post up really quickly, and that we're live before 10 a.m. I thought y'all would be thrilled, but no. Apparently, spelling also has to happen. All right, did I spell it right now? Is that a little better? Whistling in the Dark. Is that They Might Be Giants? Was that a They Might Be Giants reference? Haven't heard that song forever. All right, we've got some birthdays to celebrate, which I'm going to need your help on. Because apparently I partied a little too hard last night after the successful podcast completion, and my throat's a little sore. So we're going to need all of y'all to sing. It might have been my snoring that made my throat a little bit sore. That's what it was. We have quite a list. It is a two-verser. We're going to try to break it down at the natural break point, which I've highlighted here, which is between Friday and Saturday. But let's see. We have Cooper's mom, Judith, Julie from Texas, Lori, Megan, Mrs. Gerns, and Ramblin' Rome, and then Steel and Stitch's Designs, Elizabeth. I think Steel and Stitch's Designs is Elizabeth. Is that correct? AC's Wildflower, Jacqueline, Jersey Loves Jet, and Quilty Girl. Whew. Yes. Okay. So would you rather we sing to Steel and Stitch's Designs or to Elizabeth? Because we're sort of double dipping here. Let's see. But I'm okay with either one. We can do this. Let me get some water out. Just Elizabeth? Okay. All right. Not just Elizabeth, but Elizabeth. All right, I'm ready. It's gonna be rough. I can tell already. Double dipping spreads disease. No. Ike Love Lois Cox sent me. Ike, welcome. Or Adam, as the case may be, as your profile picture says. I lost my birthdays. Let me go back. There they are. All right, here we go. Everyone, wherever you are, if you're able and it's legal, stand up. Take a deep breath, shoulders back, project your voice to the back of the room, blend your voice with your neighbor, and warm up with me. Oh, my goodness. That was the wrong sound. Warm up with me, if you will. La, 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 la. What was that sound I was playing? It was All Rise. I guess it sort of works as well. Here we go. We're going to sing Happy Birthday to these wonderful people. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Cooper's mom, Judith, Julie in Texas, Lori, Megan, and Mrs. Gerns. Happy birthday to you. We didn't get all the way through one. Tom and Missy, that's two different ones. Gotcha. So we're singing to both. Verse 2, here we go. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to your grandpa, Rome, Steel and Stitch's Designs, Elizabeth and AC's Wildflower. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to Jacqueline, Jersey Loves Jet, and Quilty Girl. Happy birthday to you. Oh, man. Wow. Cooper's mom, Judith, Julie from Texas, Lori, Megan, Mrs. Gerns, Ramblin' Rome, Steel and Stitch's Designs, Elizabeth, AC's Wildflower, Jacqueline, Jersey Loves Jet, and Quilty Girl. Happy birthday. There are many wonderful days, but today's your special day. There are a million places you could have been, and a million people you could have celebrated with, but you chose to be here with us. The privilege, the pleasure, the honor, the joy is ours. Hopefully we can turn that joy right back to you and make your day just a little more special. Or begin by helping yourself to free pancakes at Denny's, IHOP Village Inn, Waffle House, McDonald's, Tammy Dunlop's House, Andy's Grill, Bob Evans, and Cracker Barrel. Whew. There we go. Birthdays celebrated. Check. Dancers, do your thing. Thank you very much. We've got one more verse here. Oh, man. That was... I'm just going to watch court today. I don't think I'm going to talk at all. Some of you might be clapping when you hear that. Drum solo for the big finish. Here we go. Beautiful. All right. Thank you. Thank you for helping with the air drums as well. Shall we go to court? I have to. Before we do this, I have to warn you. I guess we have to give a pre-content warning. in this hearing. This hearing covers. I've heard exactly 0% of it. 0%, like nothing. I've seen the thumbnail image which Red made for us. Thank you, Red, by the way, for making that. You spelled everything correctly as opposed to me in the title. Sorry, Georgia needs more letters. Georgia. How many more letters do they want? Georgia. Is there? Am I hearing? Am I missing something? Does immunity need more letters? How many R's do they have? Georgia. You guys might be looking at an old spelling. I spelled it without an R initially, and then I added the R later. Okay, it's spelled correctly. Josh, who lives in Georgia, gave me the go-ahead. All right. There we go. It's okay now. Refresh. Thank you. Thanks for keeping me on my toes. I have to give you this warning that that this court hearing might go into.
You are banished from the state of Georgia.
Well, from what I understand, it might cover some what you might categorize as adult marital topics. Performance related adult marital topics. Is that fair? So those of you that may have a younger audience who don't want to explain that no, they were not talking about extraterrestrials. It's not a T, it's a D. Just heads up. I hear that might be mentioned in this. So no extraterrestrials, but there may be some performance-related topics that are coming up. So I have no idea to what depths that will be probed, but it's an issue. It's an issue, apparently, that arises or that briefly comes up. I don't know how to talk about this without just saying it's in there, okay? So we're going to be adults. We're going to listen to Judge McBurney's court.
I got a stubby little pencil.
Yes, thank you, Schmoopy.
Even a blind
squirrel
finds a nut.
We're ready. I'm just gonna shut up and we're gonna jump to court, and y'all are gonna jump here with me. So give it a go. That's not it. Let's go here instead, shall we? All right. Ari will be embarrassed. He's taking one for the team. But if you do want to talk about extraterrestrials, I'm down for that too.
You're welcome.
You're welcome too, Judge. Yeah, there's no way I can mention it. Any words I use, everything's bad.
All right. In your case now, I'm going to print out a copy of your final disposition. So you've got that. Your address, you're going to want to share. Have you gone to the 9th floor, the sheriff, and let him know where it is you're staying?
No, not yet, sir.
So you should do that. That would be where you would want to go next. I'm going to print out your final disposition. You'll have that. And then you need to let the sheriff know what your address is. Okay? All right.
You need a notary, so
Nope.
He need to know this. They need to know.
So I don't think anyone's going to need a notary. You are the one who would need the notary, but I don't think you need anything notarized right now. All right, let me just print out your final disposition. Deputy Gordon's going to give you this, and then you should check in with the sheriff's office, and Ms. Feely still works at the public defender's office. Good. I think that's a great place for you to connect, because she could give you her thoughts about other things. And I see how it does say notary on here, but this doesn't need to be notarized right now. Ms. Feely may be able to tell you more about that, okay? All right. Let's see if the printer's doing its thing.
All right, so thank you, Red Pen, for the little background on this one. This is an immunity hearing for Tamaka Clark, who's accused of little pew-pewing her man, and she's claiming self-defense. this is to determine whether a trial is warranted. So this is a pretrial hearing for Tamaka Clark, and it's going to last the day. We're here for 5 hours or so. Well, there might be some breaks in there we can skip through that'll be a little faster, but it's a full hearing. This is where we are. We live here today, and this may be a case that we want to cover here in the future as well, depending on how things go. Otherwise, we're going to hang this all on Josh and deny all responsibility because he's the one who found it. So, all right. Ooh la la. I don't know. I'm not highlighting every comment because there's so many comments that could have like a double entendre. And at least it will be entertaining, stimulating even. Mentally is what you're talking about, right? Yes. Briefly, this should be fun.
There you go. Thank you, Deputy Gordon.
Don't worry, it won't
Good luck,
last
Mr.
long.
Mitchell. Good seeing you. Stay out of trouble. Yeah. All right. Good morning, Ms. Rivers. How are you doing?
Good morning, Judge. How are you?
I'm okay. Are you ready to get on the record?
Yes, I'm ready.
Let's do that. We are here today to handle an immunity hearing in 25 SC 007-428. That's State versus Tamaka Clark. Ms. Clark is here today with her lawyer, Mr. Shart. Ms. Willingham is here for the state.
Who?
Mr. Shart, are you ready to move forward?
Yes, Your Honor.
Not today, please.
Some exhibits.
Some exhibits? Okay. Who else is at council table with you?
Okay.
Sorry.
This is Ms. Clark, my client.
Yep.
And this is my paralegal who helps me. Her name is Ms. Taylor.
Hello, Ms. Taylor. Thanks for being here on behalf of Mr. Shart and making sure he showed up to the right courtroom.
Thank you.
All right. Ms. Willingham, are you ready to go?
Yes, Your Honor.
Anything procedurally we need to get on the record?
When Shart shows up, it's time to go, Judge. Let's do this.
Filed a 404B motion on the 18th. Part of that motion is prior difficulties that would be between the parties. So the state would obviously have no objection to that information.
Sure.
But we would be objecting, although we don't have an issue taking that matter up at a different time, we would be objecting to dealing with the 404B portion of it today.
And when you say dealing with it, as in having argument about it, or suddenly that evidence is presented as part of this defense case in the immunity hearing?
If it's something that defense wants to present, the state would not have an issue having a formal 404B hearing on it.
Okay.
But we wouldn't be prepared to do that today.
Okay. I'm looking at the notice. And do these all involve the decedent and then some alleged victim?
So the bottom portion, the very first incident.
An aggravated battery.
That is the decedent and a different victim.
Right. No, I can see the victim's name. It just doesn't. Okay, I see. So what Mr. Shard is saying, victim in his pleading would be the decedent in this case. And perpetrated by the capital V victim is the decedent. And so act of violence one, this aggravated battery, involves a different female in his life. And then the remainder would be prior difficulties that I think would naturally come up in both this hearing and a trial if there were a trial.
Correct. And that would be the state's argument, Judge, that we're fine with the prior difficulties, which are the bottom portion of that. It's the top portion that right now, I didn't know if we were going to take that matter up today, so I just wanted to. Understood.
What about there's a triple asterisk note that Mr. Sharp put that really the focus of what I'll call other act number one is that Ms. Clark was aware of that situation. And so that might inform her state of mind in connection with the incident that we'll be talking about today.
It's a hard word.
That had to be proven up that she somehow knew about it. But you're saying really until there is a 404B hearing, that ought not to come in today's hearing.
Yes, Judge.
Okay. Mr. Shart, your thoughts about timing. Is it something that's essential to today's presentation, or you flagged it because if there is a trial, you think you ought to be able to, we used to call it Chandler?
Yes, we did.
Yeah, but there's no more Chandler.
No.
No.
I am prepared to proffer right now, and of course, and then I'm not trying to have the overall hearing. I'm not trying to sneak attack the state here and blindside the state. I'm prepared to do whatever the court desires. I can proffer as to how my client would have known about that. I can have her testify when she testifies about that. And my thought was that, you know, there's no jury here today. So my thought is you as the trier of fact would take it for what it is, and if it's not worth anything, then you would disregard it.
Sure, there's less risk of it being unduly prejudicial, because if it is compelling, then it's compelling. If it's not, oh my gosh, I heard this thing. How do I forget that thing?
But it's not going to take up a whole lot of time. But I'm with the court. Whatever the court says, I'm with the court.
Okay. Why don't we do this? Ms. Willingham, my suggestion is Mr. Shart not explore other act number one with any witness other than his own client. And I would ask Mr. Shart to do all of his direct examination before getting to that, because then I may say, I don't need it. And if I do need it, then it may be that we have a discussion about whether he can go there or not. And he can lay the foundation for it for the purposes of this proceeding by asking his client questions. Did you know Melinda Donaldson Culverson? How did you know her? How would you have heard about something? And you might say, you know, this is all hearsay. And then we stop it there before we would get into any substance of what may have happened on January 12th, 2015. And I'll be thinking remoteness and the basis of knowledge is just hearsay, et cetera. We'll see. But that'd be my proposal, is let's table it until we get to the crossroads of Ms. Clark is on the stand. And then I'm directing Mr. Shart to basically put that at the end of his direct exam, because I may say it'd be practically cumulative in terms of what I need to know about Ms. Clark's state of mind on the day in question. Does that work for you?
Yes, Judge. And the last thing, I do have one witness who is on Zoom that Mr. Shart and I had talked about. He has no objection to him testifying.
Is that Joe?
Yes, it's Mr. Joseph. Joseph Johnson. I'm sorry. Double J's. Joseph Johnson is on the Zoom.
Big.
And yes, it is Joe.
Okay. Got it.
Biggies.
And Mr. Shart, you have agreed that his testimony can be virtual, subject to cross-examination, et cetera. You just won't be confronting him literally face to face.
That is fine, Your Honor. I would just ask, and I'll just formally invoke the rule of sequestration and just ask that he not be allowed to follow the testimony prior to him giving testimony.
I'll move him into a breakout room in a little bit. I don't think I can put him in a waiting room, same effect, but that would be the way I propose handling that, unless it's going to be the first witness the state calls. But
and he was made aware, Your Honor, that you would like to put him in a breakout room. So
okay, well, I'll engage with him in just a minute. All right. So to the lawyers know this, but Ms. Clark, I just want you to understand what's happening today. And you may already, but I want to make sure you do. Mr. Shart has filed a motion that, if granted, would bar the prosecution in your case. You're charged with the murder of Mr. Clark. Pretty serious allegation and related offenses. If the evidence is that you were acting in defense of self or defense of others, then it may well be that legally the state is precluded from prosecuting you any further. That may not feel good to people who are involved with this, but the law is what the law is in Georgia. And there is a right of self-defense, and it has a preclusive effect if the evidence is sufficient that the person charged with the crime was doing so in a way that's justified. Not just, I said I was afraid, but a reasonable person would think that it was reasonable to be afraid that you were at risk of immediate serious bodily injury or death or something like that. And that's what we're going to work through today. I will not be ruling from the bench. I'm not going to stand up and say granted or denied. These are so serious that it's this kind of situation that I need to think through. Even if the evidence seems real clear that it was not self-defense at all, or that it was so obviously self-defense, I need to make sure that the law is guiding me in the decision that I make. So no one's going to leave here today knowing, haha, this is what's going to happen. That said, this is a case on a trial calendar that comes up soon. And I want to give guidance to the sides that you better be ready for June 1, because that's when we would try this case, if it's going to go forward. So I will get an order out shortly, but I won't be ruling here and now after hearing from the lawyers in terms of the evidence. And it may be that when all the evidence is out, the lawyers say, could we have a couple days to file a post-hearing brief? They're going to be able to argue what the evidence was, but there may be law that they want me to think about, and I'll be open to that as well. So that's what we're doing today. Mr. Sharp mentioned the rule of sequestration. If you are here and you expect to be called as a witness, I actually need you to step outside now.
You can leave
I don't know if that describes anyone here in court, but if you could make sure that happens.
Judge, the state would be asking for Omaran to be allowed to stay in, as he is the listed next of kin, and under Marcy's law, he is allowed to be present for the entire proceeding.
He is Roderick Clark's son?
Yes.
Okay. I think that's a correct application of Marcy's law. Any objection to that?
The other thing I was going to say is I plan on calling Mr. Clark as a witness first. So
okay.
That's all that promise.
Excellent. All right. Well, let me engage with Mr. It's Johnson or Joseph? Johnson.
No, Johnson.
All right. Mr. Johnson, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Judge. Loud and clear. Mostly just loud.
Yes, I can hear you.
Great. I'm Judge McBurney. Nice to meet you. I'm going to move you into a breakout room. Well, you have two options. One, you could drop off the call if someone knows how to reach Mr. Johnson, and they could just text you or call you when you're up. That way you can go about your business, as long as you commit to being close enough to your phone or your email that you'd respond to a text or an email or a phone call right away so you could hop back on the Zoom. Plan B is that I move you into a breakout room where you cannot see or hear what we're doing here in court, but then I can pull you out of the breakout room when one of the two sides says, we're ready for Mr. Johnson. Do you have a preference?
No, I don't really have a preference.
Okay. Well, I'm going to put you in the breakout room then. If you're not in that breakout room when I check in it, when it's your time to testify, Ms. Willingham, someone on your team has a way to reach Mr. Johnson?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. If you're in a place where you suddenly need to leave because it catches on fire, you can drop the Zoom, just take your phone with you so we can track you down if you do drop from the Zoom call, okay?
Not a problem at all.
Great. Let me open up a breakout room and put you in it.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for being here and being patient. You should go shortly. All right, Mr. Johnson is now in a breakout room. He cannot see or hear what we are doing. I will close that and ask Mr. Sharp, do you want to say anything up front, or are you ready to present evidence in support of your motion?
I think Your Honor knows what the law is, and so we'll just proceed into evidence.
Okay. Ms. Willingham, anything else we need to cover?
No, Judge.
Okay. When you're ready.
Your Honor, at this time, the defense would call Mr. Omaran Clark.
All right. Mr. Clark, if you'd come on up, please. Deputy Gordon's going to swear you in.
You swear affirm that the testimony you will be able to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth of God. Have you sworn to have a seat? You state, spell your name for the record.
Omaran Clark, Omarion.
Mr. Clark, the microphone in front of you moves up and down. It doesn't move closer to you. So your chair has no wheels, so you don't roll off and get hurt. But if you could scooch up a little bit and just make sure you are close to the microphone. You sounded a little soft-spoken, which is fine. When you spelled your name, the court reporter is going to need to, she's virtual, hear everything you say. So make sure you're pretty close to the microphone, okay?
It's going to be wild.
Thank you.
Buckle up.
Good morning, Mr. Clark.
Good morning.
My name is Max Shard. I represent Tamaka Clark.
Shard.
Okay.
Like a shard of a gem or some gemstone.
I just have a few questions for you. Roderick Clark is the deceased in this case. Who is he to you?
He's my father.
Okay. And what is your mother's name?
Melinda Coverson.
And your mother is deceased?
Correct.
Okay. Where did you live with your father at the time of this incident, which is December 21st of 2024?
I lived at their home at 3467 Victoria Street.
Is that it?
Atlanta, Georgia. Yes, correct.
Victoria?
Yes.
Okay. And who lived in that house?
Me and my father, and at the time, Tamaka.
Okay, and Tamaka, what was her relationship to your father?
They were married.
What was her relationship to you?
I suppose it would be step parent, but I didn't really see it that way.
Okay, that's fair. How long had you lived at that house with your father?
My entire life.
Okay.
You're how old?
I am 23.
And on December 20th and going into the 21st of 2024, do you know how old you were?
Around 22, I'd imagine, or 21, somewhere around there.
And what were you doing at that time? Were you a student? Were you working?
I was working.
Okay.
What did you do?
I worked at a warehouse for Starship Enterprises.
Was that full-time employment?
Yes.
Okay.
You were at a Starship store, or you were at a warehouse that they used to hold their inventory?
The warehouse held their inventory.
Okay.
You worked on Starship Enterprise? This gets better and better.
And did you work the day, if you remember, did you work the day of December 20th of 2024?
I did.
Do you remember what hours you worked?
I worked from 8 to 4. Yes.
8 a.m. to 4 p.m.?
Correct.
All right. Your Honor, may I approach with some pictures?
Yes, both attorneys have a continuing ability to approach witnesses, to drop off exhibits, and then go back to the podium. I would ask that if you've got a universe, more than one exhibit you're going to share with a witness, bring everything up so that it's not multiple trips, and then you can just have them refer to whichever of the exhibits you brought up there.
I am approaching you, Mr. Clark, with what is marked offense A, B, C, D, E, F, and G. Let's start with defense A.
Do you have digital copies of these as well? It's okay if you don't. I just love to see, once it's in, be looking at what you're talking about.
I do. I mean, I was going to make those part of the record, but in fact, if you give us a second, we can screen share.
Okay, that would be easiest, because then Ms. Willingham and I are looking at the same thing. There's nothing to share yet because nothing's in evidence, but if you've got a member of your team who can make that happen.
Remember how to do that? Mm-hmm. And it's going to be right here. It's going to be among those.
It's gonna be among those somewhere.
But it'll just, I'll guide you. Are you looking at defense A?
Yes.
Okay. In defense A, do you recognize what defense A is?
Well, it's the entrance to our house where you would enter anyway to get to the door.
Okay. And the picture you're looking at is marked defense A. Is that a fair and accurate representation of what the state of the home and that area of the home, I guess, outside the entrance to the home on December 20th of 2024?
I mean, there's a lot of clutter, but I would say it probably is. Yes.
Your Honor, I'd move to admit defense A into evidence.
Any objection, Ms. Willingham, to defense A? Have you seen defense A?
I don't know which one A is, but I have seen all the photos, so no objection.
Okay. Are the photos things that your office supplied to the defense, or these are defense originated photos?
No, Your Honor, these are photos that our office supplied.
Okay. So your only objection, should you have one, would be it's not relevant, or it's a 403 issue. It's not, I've never seen these before.
Right.
Okay. Defense A is admitted.
Okay. If I could just have a moment.
And Your Honor, also for the record, although I don't know which one A is at the moment, Mr. Sharp showed me all the photos also prior to court starting this morning.
Okay. Do you have any objection to any of A through G?
I don't, Your Honor.
Okay. Then if your client can lay a foundation, if you want him to look through A through G right now and see if he recognizes all of them, I think that can.
Sorry, I got a little sidetracked. I had to talk to Mrs. R.A. for a second. All right, this starts slow. It does accelerate and pick up.
We don't, if it's too, I don't mean to throw a technological spanner in the works.
All right.
But we may be able to speed some of this up. Ms. Willingham is not objecting to the authenticity of any of these photos. If you want to have Mr. Clark look through all, whatever G is, 6, 7 of them, and see if he recognizes them all. They can all be admitted, and then when it's time to look at them, I can just look.
I have an extra copy, so I can hand those to you.
All right.
Okay. Mr. Clark, would you look at A through G?
This is the most people I've ever seen in Mr. McBurney's courtroom, I think, as far as, especially for a pretrial hearing.
Okay.
And are those all, what are those pictures?
Well, the home.
Of the home that you were living in with your father and Miss Clark?
Yes.
Okay, and are all those fair and accurate depictions of your home in December of 2024?
Yes.
Okay, do they appear to be altered in any way?
Not that I can see, no.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, we would move to admit defense A through G into evidence.
All right. Ms. Willingham, any objection?
No objection.
They're all admitted.
Okay, and I just want to make sure can I just grab them real quick because I want to make sure I give this board the correct.
Oh, I'm sorry. I kind of jumped it.
So what does defense exhibit A show? I think you testified it shows the outside the front door.
Yes.
Would that also be a carport?
Yes.
Okay. What about defense B?
Can I have my set now? If he's going to be talking about him, please.
Judge just wants to follow along.
That's okay. I'll sort it out. Thank you.
This would be the living room, I guess you would say, once you enter through the front door.
Okay. What about defense C?
This would be the kitchen. Yes, this is the kitchen. There's a table there, and then once you go through that corridor, that is where the stove and sink.
Okay. What about defense D?
This would be where you would step up from the first picture. If you were facing to the left, this is where you would enter into the home.
Okay. So this is outdoors. D is outdoors, or is that indoors? Like, is this front porch?
Yeah, it's like a front porch.
Okay.
Is it screened in?
The door, but no. The front door has a screen to open into the front door, but the actual porch itself is not screened.
So just to orient the court, from the carport, you'd enter
Pick up right here.
the door to the porch. From the porch, you could get into the more traditional house.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. What about defense E? What is that a picture of? I believe that's where we left off.
Defense E. This would be my father's room.
And when you say your father's room, did anyone else stay in that room?
Yes, Tamaka.
What about defense F?
So yes, defense is going first because this is the defense
would be
motion.
the corridor leading to my room, their room, and the bathroom.
And what about G? Defense G.
This would be another picture of their room. Yes, from a more side profile.
Okay. Now, could you just briefly describe it? We don't need every detail, but try to orient this. If I were to enter the house through the carport, can you just walk us through the house, how that would go, the layout?
If you were at the carport, you would turn to your left and go up the steps onto the porch area. That would be, one moment. That would be defense D.
D is in Delta?
Yes, correct. You would go up onto the porch, and then you would go to the right where the front door is. And that would lead you into the living room, which is defense B, as in boy. From there, you could go forward for defense C, the kitchen. And if you turn left from the living room, it would show defense F. And if you were to go to that corridor and turn left again, that would lead you to defenses E and G, their room.
And then your room compared to where their room is where?
To the adjacent side, it would be the right if you were going from defense F.
Same corridor, different sides?
Yes.
Okay.
It would be the room, the brown door with the right door on the side.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
So, can you describe, and who owned this house?
My father.
Okay, and do you know if he bought it, if it was a family house that was passed down?
It was a family house that was passed down. It belonged to my great-grandmother, I believe.
Okay. And in your estimation, what was the condition of the house? Would you agree that there's clutter in these pictures?
Absolutely.
Okay. And was that typical for how the house was kept?
Yeah.
Were there problems with the house?
Yeah.
What were some of the problems with the house?
Well, from looking at the pictures, obviously you can see that the walls are quite messed up. They're not very up to par. The ceiling is not exactly in a good condition. The floors on the ground, they're coming up. Needless to say that there is a lot of clutter everywhere. It's very hard to navigate through the house.
Now, you said that you testified that you worked 8 to 4, I believe, that day. Were those your normal hours?
Yes.
Okay. And did you tend to spend your non-working hours at home, or were you out and about a lot?
I would go home.
Okay. And when you would go home, typically, what were you into? What did you do?
I would stay in my room and play video games.
You would stay in your room and play video games?
Yes.
Did you have a lock on your door?
Yes, there is a lock on my door.
Okay. Is it a lock on the doorknob? Was it like a padlock?
On the doorknob.
Okay.
Is it one that you need a key, or like in lots of houses, if you're in the room, you could lock it by like pressing a button, so the door is technically locked, but it's not a key.
No, it's no key. It's when I'm in my room, I turn excuse me. I turn it's a little knob on the handle, and it locks the door.
Okay.
And did you tend to keep the door locked?
Yes.
Okay. When you were at home, did you do a lot of interacting with your father or Tamaka?
Tamaka, no. My father, rarely.
Said your father rarely, Tamaka never. Is that
Yes.
accurate? Okay.
I would actively avoid Tamaka.
Okay.
Why?
There was a lot of bad blood between us.
Between you and Ms. Clark?
The whole atmosphere of the house really wasn't very peachy, so I would actively stay in my room and avoid them if they were to go into the kitchen or whatnot.
And your father, you would interact with, I guess, more than zero, which was your interactions with Ms. Clark, but it was seldom with your father as well.
Yes, if he needed me to do something, he would come and ask me to do it, or something along those lines if he needed me to go somewhere with him or anything like that.
Okay. Would he need you to do something just because you could be helpful, or was he disabled in some way?
No, just to be helpful, really. Or, if there was some reason he didn't want me to come out of the room or anything like that.
Did you, at the time, I guess we'll ask now, do you consume alcohol?
No.
At the time, did you consume alcohol?
No, never.
Okay. Was there alcohol in the house?
Yes.
Okay. Who would drink alcohol?
Mainly Tamaka.
Okay. Would your father drink alcohol?
I believe he would drink non-alcoholic beers. I know he would drink Corollas.
Like near beer?
But to my knowledge, he would only drink alcohol on cruises or
Corollas
going
or
out,
Coronas?
things like that. I've never seen him drink pure alcohol at home, like a vodka or anything like that.
Those Toyota Corollas.
Okay, and you've seen him drink beer at home?
Yes.
Okay. Now,
was what you saw Ms. Clark drink different from beer? Because you said that she drank something different than what your father drank.
Yes.
What would you see Ms. Clark drink?
Margaritas.
So your dad, if he was drinking, it would be beer, Corona.
Yes.
And Ms. Clark, if she were drinking, it would be margaritas.
Yes.
okay, is it fair to say that your relationship with Tamaka was not good?
Yes.
Okay. Let's fast forward to December 20th of 2024, okay? On that day, you testified that you got off work at 4. So how would you get home?
Around this time, I would walk.
Okay.
How far is it from the warehouse to home?
I'd say it was about a 40-minute walk, maybe 30 to 40 minutes.
It's long.
And
it's a long walk.
Do you have a distinct recollection that particular day, what time you got home?
3-4 miles.
Around 4:40.
Okay. Is that just, you're basing that typically when at home?
I just walk home.
And you would typically go straight home?
Yes.
Okay. When you arrived home at 4:40, what did you do?
went to my room and got ready for a shower. Took a shower and then stayed in my room and played video games.
Did you have a bathroom in your room, or you had to go out of your room to a bathroom?
I'd have to go out of my room to go to the bathroom.
How many bathrooms in the house?
There's only one.
One bathroom. And what separated the bathroom from the rest of the house?
There's like a tarp over it. There's no door actually there. My father was intending to fix the house up, and that's why the white door is right there. He was intending to install it.
But on that day, and was that true as long as you can remember?
Yes, there's a tarp there.
So if I were to go in to use the bathroom, I would not open a door. I would move a tarp out the way.
Yes.
And the tarp would provide privacy?
Yes.
Okay. So you showered, and then do you remember what you did after that?
I went in my room and played video games.
Okay. Do you remember if you locked the door to your room?
Yes.
Did you remain in your room? Do you know how long you played video games?
I played for a while, but I'd frequently go out of the room every now and then.
Okay.
To do what?
If I had to get water or use the rest of the room.
What about dinner? How would dinner work in your household?
Mainly I started cooking for myself, so I would cook in my room, but if they were not there, I would go into the kitchen and use the actual stove.
You had a way to prepare meals in your room?
Yes, I had an eye that you could plug into the wall or anything.
Do you remember specifically that day how many times you came and went out the room?
No.
Okay. And do you remember specifically that day the last time that you left the room or left your bedroom or went back to your bedroom that night?
No.
Okay. And I'm talking prior. At some point, did you take a nap?
Yes.
Do you remember what time that was? Or do you know?
Maybe around 9 o'clock, maybe 10.
Okay. And when did you wake up?
Maybe 11, 12. I'm not entirely sure.
What woke you up?
Well, they were arguing.
Okay. So you, at some point in your room, you take a nap and you're awakened by arguing, correct? How far did you eventually hear anything else?
Yes, I heard gunshots.
Okay. How much time, if you remember, passed between when you woke up to the arguing and the gunshots?
Not long. I was about to just go back to sleep. Them arguing isn't something I'm unfamiliar with, so I would just go back to sleep. But this time I heard gunshots, so yes.
You were familiar with they'd argue frequently. Is that what you're saying?
But yes, they would argue quite a bit.
Now, and you said not a lot of time, but I'm going to ask you to be a little bit more precise for the record. Can you put it in, if you can you put it in a matter of minutes from when you woke up to when you heard the gunshots?
Maybe a minute or two.
Okay, 1 to 2 minutes.
Yeah.
All right. Let me back up. Let me say this. Let me ask this. After you napped, did you ever exit your room to go to the rest of the house?
No.
Okay. Prior to taking your nap, did you note anything out of the ordinary in any of the times that you may have exited your room to get water or use the bathroom?
No.
Okay.
Do you recall, Mr. Clark, when you came home that day, we're talking about the 20th, the night of the 20th, if Ms. Clark or your father were already home when you got home?
You mean the day prior to the event?
I mean,
It happened right after.
just after midnight. I mean, so the day, we've been talking about the 20th, I believe. The allegation is that the shooting happened on the 21st, but I think it's like right after midnight. So I'm not trying to confuse you. We've been talking about a block of time where you were at work, you came home, you showered, etc. When you came home, do you recall if your father or Miss Clark were already there?
They were not there.
They were not there. No. So at some point while you were napping or playing video games, they came home?
Yes, correct.
Was that typical for them both to be out when you got home from work?
No, I mean, they'd be on a typical day. My father would be at work, Tamika would be at work, so they might come home not too much longer after I get home. But on this event, I believe they went on vacation, so they were gone for a few days.
They had been away for a while.
Yeah.
And came home that night.
To my knowledge, yeah.
What kind of work did your father do?
My father was a MARTA bus driver.
Say that again?
A MARTA bus driver.
And what kind of work, if you knew, did Miss Clark do?
She was also a MARTA bus driver.
Okay.
How they met.
Thank you.
They had similar routes.
Now, Mr. Clark, you said you heard arguing. How many voices did you hear?
2.
And were they male or female voices?
1 male, 1 female.
Okay, and to your understanding, was there anyone who was in the house when you heard this arguing, to your understanding?
My father and Tamika and me.
Okay, was there anyone else in the house?
No.
Were you able to make out what the argument was about?
No.
When you testified that you heard shots, did you know guns to be in the house?
Yes.
Okay. Did Tamika own any guns?
Yes.
Did your father own any guns?
Yes.
And Mr. Sharp's been using plural both times. Did you know that Miss Clark had multiple guns, or your father had multiple guns, or just that they each had a gun?
I only know them having a gun.
Now, are we talking about, for Miss Clark, the gun that you knew her to have, was that a handgun or a rifle?
A handgun.
And your father, the gun that he owned, did you know that be a handgun or a rifle?
Also a handgun.
What about you?
I have no firearms.
Okay.
Do you know where your father and Miss Clark typically kept their firearms?
In their room.
The room they shared?
Yes.
So that room typically had 2 guns in it?
Yes.
When you testified that you heard at least a shot, how many shots did you hear, if you remember?
2.
2 shots?
Yes.
Okay. And when you heard these 2 shots, what did you do?
Well, I barricaded my bed frame in front of my door, and then I called the police immediately.
Barricaded, bed frame, and called police. 911?
Yes, I locked the door as well.
Was the door not already locked?
I don't think so. I'm certain I locked the door. I might have forgot to lock it and then just locked it this time.
Okay. And after doing all those things and after calling the police, what did you do?
Well, I was talking on the phone with the woman, telling them what was going on.
The 911 dispatchers at?
Yes.
Yep.
And at this point, I had heard a bang at my door. And so I grabbed my knife, and there is a window on the right side of my room if you are facing my door. I opened it, I jumped out of it, and then I went behind the house. There's a shed behind the house, a red shed, and there's a fence that is kind of toppled over. And so I hopped over the fence and then went over to the other side where the apartments are. I saw two individuals. One was a woman and a man, my neighbors. I tried to ask them for help. They kind of seemed stunned by what they saw, so I just walked past them, or ran past them rather.
When you say, I'm sorry to interrupt, but when you say they seemed stunned by what they saw, meaning seeing you holding a knife, or they saw something else and that's what you're referring to?
Seeing me. I was asking for help, and it's the middle of the night.
Sure. But what you sensed they were stunned about was your interaction with them, not that they could see what was going on in your house.
Yes, they were stunned by me.
Okay.
And you were also bleeding at the time, correct?
Yes, but I didn't know it.
Right. Do you know how you injured yourself?
I believe I fell on my knife. I'm not sure exactly what I fell on. I ended up losing my glasses when I fell, so I believe it was the knife, but I'm not sure.
All right. So before you left out the house, though, before you left out your room, you heard something at the door, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you hear at the door?
A loud bang.
Okay. And did you perceive it to be someone knocking on the door or banging on the door?
Yes, I thought it was Tamaka banged on the door.
Okay. Before, when you heard the arguing, okay, or maybe I don't want to put a time frame on it, but at some point, were you able to make out anything that was said by either your father or Tamaka?
Yes, my father said that she had shot him. For starters.
This was after the shooting, obviously not before, because Mr. Shart asked you earlier, could you tell what they were arguing about? And I understood your answer to be, I just heard raised voices. I couldn't tell you what they were arguing about. Fair statement?
Yeah. When I woke up, they were already in the midst of the argument. So I don't know what the details of why they were arguing is. But pertaining to with the gunshots, I heard my father say that she shot him.
And was that the first thing that you could make out?
Yes.
Okay. And that was after you heard the gunshots?
Yes.
Okay. And so your father said, you shot me.
Yes.
What did you hear next that you were able to make out?
Well, from what I can gather, my father was like on Tamaka to prevent her from getting shot. Prevent himself from getting shot.
Well, that's what you're gathering.
Yes.
Well, what did you hear?
Well, she was saying that she'll call him an ambulance after he gets off of her. So
did you ever hear your father asking for help? Or for someone to call for help?
Yeah.
Okay. And then in response to that, what did you hear Tamaka say?
I'll call you an ambulance once you get off.
Say,
I heard it. I'll call you an ambulance once you get off of me.
Yeah.
Why did you assume it was Ms. Clark banging on your door?
Well, my father had been shot, and
so the banging on the door happened after these things you heard?
Yes.
Got it.
I can hear my father in pain on the ground.
Okay. So it wouldn't have made sense to you that he's the one banging on the door and there's only one other person in the house.
Right.
Okay. And you said from what I'm gathering, and I get it, but is it fair to say that you did not see anything that happened in that room?
Correct. I did not see anything.
From your perception, of what you were hearing, where was all of this happening generally in the house?
It was happening right at their door. Like if you were inside of the room and you turned to face the door inside of the room and shut it, it would have happened right where the bed frame would meet the wall.
Can you look? I think this is E. But you should look at your just right. So that I want to confirm it's E. Is that E?
Yes.
Okay. There looks like a door in the lower right-hand corner. There's like a doorknob. Is that the doorway you're talking about?
Yes, this would be their door.
Okay. So this picture was taken from a perspective of where it sounded to you like the argument was happening?
Yes.
Okay.
Pretty crazy to have a evacuation plan from your own
I don't
bedroom.
believe I have any more questions for Mr. Clark. Thank you.
You want me to leave the?
You live right there. Ms. Willingham may have some questions for you. Where did you go after you encountered the neighbors and they were kind of startled by your situation?
I ran across the street to my neighbor Joe's house and I hid behind.
Is that Joe Johnson, this name we've heard?
Right.
Okay.
Yes, I hid behind his house and waited for the police to arrive. They arrived maybe a few seconds after I got over there.
And when the police arrived, did you emerge and engage with the police?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Ms. Willingham. Do you have questions for Mr. Clark?
I don't know.
Okay. Mr. Clark, I appreciate your time. If you just consolidate those photos into a single stack and then leave them right there on the stand, you may remain in the courtroom if you wish to remain in the courtroom. I appreciate you being here. We've met before. I know this is a complicated situation for you, and I appreciate your willingness to come in here and tell me about what you experienced. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Sharp.
Yes, Sean, at this time, I would call Tamaka Clark to the stand.
All right, Ms. Clark, if you come on up to where Deputy Gordon is, he's going to get you sworn in.
First look at the defendant. This is the woman that the previous witness was talking about that allegedly shot her husband. She claims self-defense. That's what this hearing is over. Buckle up.
You swear affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
You don't have some. Can you state the spelling name for the record?
My name is Tamaka Michelle Clark, Tamika Michelle, Clark, Clark.
Ms. Clark, how are you today?
I'm great.
She's great.
Ms. Clark, I just want to ask you a little bit about your background, okay, before we get started.
Okay.
Where were you born and raised?
I was born in Atlanta, Georgia, raised in Atlanta, Georgia.
Did you go to high school?
Yes.
Where did you go to high school?
Walter F. George High School.
What is that still around, or has that become something else?
It's something else. It's South Atlanta High School.
Okay.
What area of town did you grow up in?
The Cleveland Avenue area.
Were you able to graduate high school with a diploma?
No.
Okay, but did you ever obtain your GED?
Yes.
Do you remember when you obtained your GED?
2004.
Do you have any children?
Yes.
Okay. Are any of them here today?
Yes.
Which child is here today?
Shakita Baker.
Okay. After you graduated high school, did you work, Ms. Clark?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us a little bit about your work history?
So my first job was Kmart warehouse. I stayed there for a couple years, and I found out that Emory Healthcare was hiring. And from there, I left Kmart with Emory.
What did you do for Emory?
I was patient dining.
Patient what?
Patient dining, like
Cafeteria?
Yes.
Okay.
Thought she was patient number 9.
And
Better
how
than
long
one.
were you at Emory?
I started there 2003 to 2017.
Were you working at Emory when you met Mr. Clark?
Yes.
Okay. And after Emory, did you ever have the opportunity to obtain further employment?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me about that.
Okay, so I just wanted to do something different. So I applied. I went and got my CDL permit. From there, I applied at MARTA. So MARTA called me and let me know that they were interested in me. They gave me an interview. So I went to the interview. I got hired.
Okay. So you ended up working there. Did Mr. Clark help you obtain that job?
No.
Okay.
He didn't know until I got the job.
Oh, okay. So
was he already a MARTA driver?
Yes.
So this was a, hey, surprise, we've got the same job now.
Yes.
Did MARTA pay more than Emory?
Yes.
And were you working at full time at Emory? At MARTA?
Yes.
What were you doing for MARTA?
I'm a bus operator.
Okay. And what hours would you typically work?
Well, when you first start, you pretty much at the bottom. So I was on the board. So anything that became open, I would get.
Okay. So initially you don't get to pick your hours.
Correct.
All right. Understood. And Ms. Clark, are you a gun owner?
Yes.
Or were you a gun owner?
Yes.
Okay. And were you legally allowed to own guns?
Yes.
Okay, you're not a convicted felon.
No.
Ms. Clark, I want to talk to you a little bit about Roderick Clark. Okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Was he your husband?
Yes.
How long were you married to Roderick Clark before he passed?
Me and Roderick, we got married December 28th, 2018.
Okay, so before he passed, that would have been almost six years?
7 years. See, 7 years.
I'll do the math, but it's pretty close to 6.
Yes.
Didn't quite make it to the 6th anniversary.
Yes.
Okay. Were there challenges, and we're going to get to this, but were there challenges in the relationship?
Yes.
Okay. But were there also good times in the relationship?
Yes.
What kind of things typically would you do with Mr. Clark?
Me and Roderick, we love the sports. We love the Falcons, and we love Georgia. That was our teams. We was ticket season holders with the Falcons.
Ooh.
We love to travel. We love to go out to eat. We just had a lot of stuff, a lot of things in common.
Okay. Tell us how you met Roderick.
I met Roderick at a convenience store in College Park. I was going in the store, and he was holding the door for me, and we smile, flirt and he asked me my name, I asked him his name, and that was it.
Okay. Did you start dating at that time?
No.
Okay, and when was this, approximately?
It was in 2015. It was like probably August 2015.
Okay.
Something like that.
And then, so, all right, take us to, you end up marrying Roger Clark. So you met him in a convenience store.
Yes.
So then what happened next?
So we didn't exchange numbers, nothing like that. I seen him again. So when I seen him again,
At the same convenience store?
no, I seen him on the MARTA bus.
You were a passenger of a bus he was driving.
Yes, on the 89 Old National Highway. So I seen him again. We was talking, you know, just getting to know one another. He wasn't trying to be pushy or anything like that. And I just got out of the situation. So I wasn't trying to talk to him like that at first.
Okay. So how did you end up marrying Mr. Clark?
So the third time was a charm. So I seen him again on the bus the third time. I was at the bus stop. I was going to work. And he pulled up in the car. I never knew what type of car.
Wait, was he in a bus or the car?
The car.
So you were waiting for the bus.
Yes.
And it wasn't bus number 89 that pulled up with Mr. Clark driving. It was his car.
Yes.
And he was in it.
Yes. I didn't know who he was, so I really looked. So he said, "Do you want to ride to the train station?" I said, "Yeah, we can ride." And when I got in the car, he started talking to me. He was letting me know that his son's mom just passed. And I told him, I said, "Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, you know." So I felt bad for him, you know. So once we got to the station, we exchanged numbers, and he told me he'll call me later on that night, and he did.
Okay. And did y'all start dating at that time, or?
So we had a little, I want to say a date that Saturday. He was feeling bad, so I told him, let's hook up at IHOP. So he met me at IHOP.
Okay, and y'all ate together?
Yes.
How long was that meal?
Woo, we stayed about 4 hours just talking.
Okay.
It's a lot of pancakes.
Yes.
Just talking.
So, all right, and did your relationship grow from there?
Yes.
We need that sound bite. That's a lot of pancakes.
When did y'all, if you can put a time on it, when did y'all become a couple?
November of 15.
Okay. And when eventually did you move into his house?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and when I say his house, do you know the address?
3467 Victoria. 3.
Okay. When did you move in with him? Do you remember?
December of 2015.
Okay. Was there anyone else who lived in the house with you and Roderick?
Yes, his son, Omaran Clark.
And do you recall how old Omaran was when you moved in?
11.
Was he in school at the time?
Yes,
Okay. And what did you call Omaran?
Omarion,
What did he call you?
Miss Tamika.
Okay. And in the beginning, what was your relationship with Omaran?
It was great. I treated him like I treated my daughter and my son.
Okay. Would you cook for everyone in the house?
Yes,
Clean clothes?
yes,
Okay. Would you go to school events and things like that?
yes.
Okay. Now, I don't think we need to do this again. You see those pictures in front of you, fence A through G?
Okay.
Do you recognize what those are pictures of generally?
Yes.
What are those pictures of?
Of our house.
Okay. And is that typically what the inside of the residence look like?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Ms. Clark, parts of the house are pretty rough. Was it that way when you moved in, or had it gotten worse as you were there?
It was like that when I moved in.
Okay, so it was kind of static in that way.
Yes.
Was the condition of the house, was that a stressor?
Yes.
Okay, can you explain, looking at those pictures, are you proud or was that a house that, the way the house was, that you'd like to live in?
No.
Okay, were there plans to improve the house?
Yes.
Tell me a little bit about that.
We was talking about having a house built from the ground, and we was gonna fix this house up and rent it out. But nothing became of it. Every time I would question him about remodeling the house or whatever, it was the issue.
When you say it was an issue, what do you mean?
He would get mad.
Okay.
He would say that he was the man of the house and it's his house, and stop questioning him about things like that.
Okay. Now, the layout of the house, you were here when Omaran went through the layout.
Yes.
Do you agree with the way he said the house was laid out?
Yes.
Okay. Did you own any gun or guns?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What type of gun or guns did you own?
I own a 357 Magnum and a shotgun.
Okay. The 357 Magnum, did you bring that gun into the house, meaning you had it before you moved in, or is that something you purchased once you lived in the house?
I purchased it once we were in the house.
Okay, what about the shotgun?
I got the shotgun probably some months later.
Later, after you got
the gun? Yes.
After the 357 Magnum?
Yes.
Okay, what prompted you to get the 357 Magnum?
For safety issues. I've been robbed. So I just, for safety issues.
And where did you get that gun?
Fairbairn pawn shop.
Okay, so you got it from a store?
Yes.
And do you have any sort of gun license or gun permits or anything?
Yes.
Tell me what you have.
I went to Fulton County, got my gun permit, and I had to wait till they do the background check. Once they did, everything came back clean. They sent it to me in the mail.
Now, the shotgun.
Yes.
Where did you keep that?
In the living room.
Okay. And the handgun, the 357 Magnum, where did you keep that?
In the bedroom. On my bed or under my pillow or mattress.
Okay. And is this a bed you shared with Roger Clark?
Yes.
What side of the bed did you sleep on?
I slept on the opposite side, the first side of the bed, by the closet door in our bedroom.
If you look at, I think it's G. It's the picture of the bed. There are two pictures of the bed, but one is mostly bed. Mm-hmm. We're looking at the same picture. Okay, great. I think the top of the bed is maybe where the picture was taken. So are you on the side when you're sleeping closest to the camera or over by the chest of drawers?
It's my side, over by the chest of drawers.
Got it. Okay.
Okay. Did your husband own any guns?
Yes.
Okay. How many guns did your husband own?
2.
Okay. Did he have those guns before you moved in, or was that something he purchased while you were there?
Well, the 357, he purchased when we was
It's a big gun. It's a revolver usually.
He purchased his before, like, probably about 3 months before I purchased mine. But the shotgun he always kept it in our closet.
So you guys both had a shotgun and you both had a 357?
Yes.
Shotgun he had before you moved in?
Yes.
357, you guys didn't buy quite at the same time, but close in time?
Yes.
And when you said he kept the shotgun in a closet, in what room?
Our bedroom.
Okay. And the 357 that he owned, where did he keep that?
Sometime on the floor or on the dresser, the nightstand.
In what room?
Excuse me, in our bedroom.
Okay. So he kept both guns in the bedroom?
Yes.
All right. And whose gun, and we're going to get there through the specifics, but whose gun was fired on December 20th, 2024?
Roderick Clark.
Okay.
His 357 or his shotgun?
I'm sorry, sir. He's 357.
So they both got shotguns, both got big old
both your
revolvers.
357s, you both own a 357.
Yes.
Are they they look very similar?
Yes.
Okay. And so how can you tell them apart?
You couldn't, because if they were right there together, like, we just like kept them apart because it wasn't no marking, anything like that on there. So you wouldn't be able, we had the same holster, same gun, so.
They would have different serial numbers?
Yes.
Okay, and you said you kept them at different places?
Yes.
Okay. And to your understanding, where was your gun when Mr. Clark's gun was fired that night?
On the bed. In our bedroom.
In your bedroom?
Yes.
Okay.
That's not a good place to store a gun.
Oh, there it is. Okay. I am going to approach you, Miss Clark, with 3 photos. And these are defense H, defense I, and defense K. We're not presenting J.
Okay.
If you could just put those in a pile.
Okay.
I just want to focus on these.
Okay.
Defense H. Could you look at that photo, Miss Clark?
Yes.
Okay, and, I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Same situation, Ms. Willingham, you've seen these photos?
Yes, Judge. And this time I've been able to figure out which ones. I have them pulled up on my end.
Okay.
And may I approach?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Defense H, Miss Clark, do you recognize what that photo is of?
Yes.
Okay. What do you see in that photo?
I see my gun and Mr. Clark gun on the bed and his holster, my holster.
You see
on our bed in our bedroom.
You see how many guns?
1.
Okay, well, whose gun is that?
Mine's Tamaka Clark.
Okay, so do you see Mr. Clark's gun in that photo?
No.
How could she tell them apart?
And how do you know that's your bed?
Because I see, I sleep on. Sorry, it's our bedroom.
Okay, do you recognize the sheets and things like
yes,
that? Okay.
Clothes.
All right.
So,
how about, well, Your Honor, at this time I'd move, and is that a fair and accurate representation of your gun sitting on your bed?
Yes.
Okay, and to your understanding, is that where the gun was on December 20th, 2024.
Yes.
Okay, Your Honor, I would move to admit Defense Exhibit H into evidence.
Any objection? Can we do them all three, or you want to
I'll
break
do
them
all
into
three.
pieces?
I'll do them all.
All right, why don't you have her identify I and K?
Could you tell us what Defense Exhibit I is?
It's a bag. It's my husband's bag and a gun holster.
Okay. Do you know
My bed in our bedroom.
in your bedroom?
Yes.
And is that a fair? And do you know whose gun holster that is? I know that you testified that you have identical holsters.
It's mine
Okay. How do you know that?
because the guns. I can't recall.
Okay, so you're not sure whose it is?
Correct.
Does your gun holster look like that?
Yes.
Does your husband's gun holster look like that?
Yes.
Okay. And you said, and that's on your bed?
My gun.
Yeah. Your Honor, okay, let's go to K.
Okay. Okay.
And what is Exhibit K a picture of?
A picture of my gun on our bed in our bedroom.
Okay. And is that?
You say it's your gun. Why do you think it's yours versus Mr. Clark's if they're the same gun?
Because I was about to go to the store and I decided not to go and I put the gun on the bed.
So you had the gun out of the holster. This is not in the holster. I know it's not in evidence yet, but any objection to admitting H, I, and K?
No, Judge. I think we're going to get clarification on how she knows it's hers, so no.
Okay. And it's at least one of the two 357s in your household.
Correct.
We're looking at K. Could be yours, could be your husband's. You're going to talk more about. But I wanted to understand, if you were going to go to the store and you were going to bring your gun with you, you actually take it out of that holster bag thing and carry it unholstered?
I think it will make sense once we.
Okay, why don't you get us there? Because I'm confused.
Okay. Well, okay, we're going to go a little out of order.
Yes.
You were starting to explain to the judge how you know it was your gun. Is that where you left the gun last time you had it?
Yes.
Okay. And could you just explain to the judge briefly about the circumstances of you leaving the gun there?
So I came in the bedroom and me and my husband started having words. So for me, I felt like I just need to leave the situation. It was at night, it was late. So I went to the other side of the bed where I sleep at, got my gun and got my bag. So when I came back from the other side of the bed, we started arguing again. And that's why I put my gun on the bed, because I didn't want to be holding a gun while we arguing.
Okay. But the gun is not in the holster.
Correct.
Had you taken it out of the holster, or when you went to collect it, it already was out of the holster?
It was already out of the holster.
Why did you pick up the holster then as well?
I can't recall, Judge. I really can't.
Okay.
But I know for
Do you have something else to add, or?
I know for a fact that I don't like to if I'm compensating or whatever, I don't like to hold a gun.
Okay.
Is there anything about the gun shown in defense K that says to you, oh, that's mine versus that was Mr. Clark's? You said they're the very same, it's apparently a Glock 33. Is there anything about what you see on that gun that tells you, oh, that one's mine because it's got this mark on it, or you're just remembering that you had your gun, and so the one that would have been on the bed with the slide back would have been yours?
No, I just remember I laid it on the bed.
Okay.
Okay. Ms. Clark, I'm going to go back to your relationship with Roderick.
Okay.
And marriage with Roderick.
Okay.
You talked about the house being an issue.
Yes.
And would that lead to arguments?
Yes.
Okay. What were some other issues that would come up?
Finances, or the light or gas getting disconnected, or his controlling ways.
Well, let me ask you this. The finances, who was in charge of the light and the gas?
Mr. Clark, my husband.
Okay, and there were times when those bills weren't paid?
Correct.
Okay. Were you in charge of bills as well?
Yes.
Okay. Were you in charge of buying stuff for the house, the groceries and things
I
like
would
that?
buy the groceries, and I would pay the direct TV bill.
Okay. And was there a mortgage on the house?
No.
Okay. You talked about the house. What about, well, were you drinking alcohol at the time, Ms. Clark?
Yes.
Okay. And when I say at the time, I'm talking about 2024.
Yes.
Okay. In 2024, would you describe yourself as a heavy drinker?
Yes.
What would you drink?
Margaritas.
Okay. And what about Mr. Clark in 2024?
He will also drink margaritas and beer.
Margaritas and beer?
Yes.
In that, would he only drink margaritas and liquor on trips, or would he drink that at home as well?
We drink at home, restaurants, trips. We just having a good time.
Okay. Were you always a heavy drinker?
No.
When you entered the relationship, would in 2024, would you have considered yourself, looking back, would you consider yourself an alcoholic?
Yes.
Okay. When you entered the relationship, were you an alcoholic?
No.
Did your drinking intensify throughout the relationship?
Yes.
Do you have any opinion about the cause of that?
Me and my husband started having, it started like in 2023. We started having multiple arguments about the finances. My husband, he didn't like to be questioned. Like, if I asked him, for one instant, he gave me his car. He gave me the Benz. So
he's got a Benz.
It was like,
did he have other transportation besides? Just tell me about the cars before you.
Okay, he had the car and the truck, the pickup truck. It's an older truck. So he told me I could have the car, he'll keep the truck. Fine. So when the truck went down, it got kind of hectic, like trying to share one car because, you know, the both of us, we was working. So it was kind of hard trying to depend on, you know, two people with one car. So I told him, I said, well, I could just, we need another car. I said, I'll go get me a car then. He said, no. I said, why not? I said, because I said so. He said, we don't need another car. We don't need no more debt. I said, we can afford it though. And he said, well, no, you're going to drive this.
Okay. Is that an example of when you say he was controlling?
Yes.
He would dictate what you could do?
Yes.
Okay. And I know this is a little uncomfortable, but we got to talk about it. Was there, around this time, as your marriage, you're arguing more, was there a complication with your sex life?
Yes.
Okay, can you explain that a little bit?
So in 2023, he started having issues with his.
Do you know the term for it? If I say it, will you know?
Yes.
Erectile dysfunction?
Yes.
Okay. And tell us about that.
So I told him, I said, well, maybe we could go to the doctor, find a doctor that will help you with this. So his primary doctor, Dr. Oso, recommended him to someone, and we started going there together. So every time he would go, I would go with him for support because the injection, they was painful. So I was holding his hand while the doctor giving him the shot.
Yeah.
Okay. Were those treatments successful?
No.
Okay. And did your sex life, was that affected?
That situation, it didn't help at all. Yes.
Okay. How did the fact that he was having this medical issue, did that make you love him less?
No.
Okay. Did you observe how this affected him?
Yes.
Okay. How did it affect him to your observation?
He felt like that we can't be intimate like he wanted to. But I didn't look at it like that. I looked at it like, that's my husband, he's still my husband. And it's other ways we could, be intimate, So I didn't look at him no different.
Okay. Did that affect his confidence, the way he acted?
Yes.
Explain that to us.
He would be moody, like he would tell me, "You're gonna go out there and find you somebody else." I said, "No, I'm not." He said, "Yes, you is." I said, "No, I'm not." I said, I'm with you. We married.
Okay. Now, let's talk about fidelity and infidelity, okay? Was that eventually another issue?
Yes.
Okay. To your knowledge, your husband, Roderick, was he always faithful to you?
Yes.
Okay. Now, were you always faithful to Roderick?
No.
Okay.
Did your lack of fidelity to him start only after this medical situation we talked about, or it was both before and after?
No, it ain't had nothing to do with the situation.
I didn't say it had anything to do with it. I'm asking about the timing of when your other situation was going on. Was it going on before the medical situation or after?
After.
After. But you're saying it had nothing to do with the medical situation.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. And while we're talking about that, explain that to the judge. You said it had nothing to do with the erectile dysfunction. What caused you to seek out other friendship?
His abusive ways, his controlling ways. I have left Mr. Clark several times, but he would come back and get me. And to that point, in 2023, I just had my boiling point. I just didn't want it no more. So in November 2023, I contacted this gentleman, and from there we started hooking up.
Okay. Now, this gentleman, does he have a name?
Yes, Lamont.
And you going?
Lamont Junius.
Junius?
Yes.
Junius, is that correct?
Yes.
Is he in the courtroom today?
And is this someone that you just met once you had enough, or did you already know Mr. Junius?
I already knew him. We was together. I've been knowing him way before I met my husband.
How did you know him?
I met him at Emory. We was co-workers.
Okay. And were you Did Mr. Junius know about your husband?
Yes.
Did your husband at first know about Mr. Junius?
No.
Okay. And how many times were you intimate total with Mr. Junius?
Total 3 times.
Okay. Other than those 3 times of intimacy, did you go on dates to like restaurants and things like that with Mr. Junius?
No.
Okay. Did you text with Mr. Junius?
Yes.
Did you talk on the phone with Mr. Junius?
Yes.
Okay. What, and have you been able to review, you're aware that the police dumped the contents of your phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and have you been able to review that?
Yes, sir.
And our texts with Mr. Junius in those papers?
Yes, sir.
Why did you start and continue to talk to Mr. Junius?
I felt like he was a great listener. He he was the type of person, he wasn't abusive. What I mean by that, he would never call you a foul name, or he would put his hand on you. He was a great listener.
Okay, when you say a foul name, what kind of name you talking about?
Bitch. I mean, B.
You can say it.
Or motherfucker.
Okay, and are those names that Mr. Clark would use towards you?
Yes.
Okay. You've talked about Mr. Clark's abusive ways, controlling, verbal abuse, physical abuse. Is that correct?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Now, are you saying that Mr. Clark beat you every day?
No, sir.
Did Mr. Clark even beat you every week?
No.
Okay. Were there times where he was physically abusive to you?
Yes.
And in those times when he was physically abusive to you, would you typically call the police?
No, sir.
Why not?
Because I loved my husband. I didn't want to see him in trouble.
Okay. Would you typically seek medical treatment?
No, sir.
Okay. Typically, would you go out of your way to document all the injuries that you suffered?
Yes, sometimes.
Okay. And I think we're up to L.
Right, I'll do skip J.
Yes. I think I might just skip J.
That's okay. I'm just letting you know it's out there.
I'm going to approach you with defense exhibit L. Do you recognize what that is a picture of?
Yes.
And who is in that picture?
Tamaka Clark.
You?
In our bedroom, yes.
Okay. And what does that picture depict?
That picture, I had a bruise on my face, on the right side of my face.
Thank you. Ms. Willingham, this is something you've seen before?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. This probably not through your discovery, something that Mr. Sharp provided?
Yes, Judge.
Okay.
And do you remember who took that picture?
I did.
Okay. Do you remember the exact date of that picture or anything like that?
No, sir.
Okay. And you said you have a bruise. Where is that?
On my right side of my face.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate depiction of the, well, let me ask you this. What caused that bruise? Or that swelling, whatever it is?
We got into it about College Park, the coding part, the what you call it? The code enforcement.
For your house?
Yes. So I was telling him we need to fix this house up or move because they keep coming to the house writing citations or tickets and stuff. They would leave it on the door. And he told me that I need to stay out his damn business and let him be a man, let him handle this. And I told him, stop talking to me like that. I'm just trying to be helpful. And next thing you know, I'm just telling him, well, I'm finna leave, I'm finna go because I don't want to argue or fight. And he got mad because I was gonna take the car and go toward Musa's house. And he said, you're not going nowhere in my car.
Who's Musa?
My cousin.
Okay, let me ask you this, Ms. Clark.
Okay.
When you and your husband would get in a fight or he was abusive to you.
Yes.
You said you didn't call the police, you didn't go seek medical care typically. Is there a place that you would go? Would you typically leave or sometimes leave the house?
Yes.
Okay, and where would you go in those instances when you needed to get out of the house?
My cousin Lucy, Evangel's house. Her address is 340 Sapphire Bend.
Whoa. No addresses, please.
Okay, and you said Vanda Wise Moosey. Her
Yeah, we call her
government
Moosey.
name is Vanda Wise, correct?
Yes.
And she's your cousin?
Yes.
But you call her nickname is Moose.
Yes, Moosey.
Okay. And that's where you would go when these incidents occurred? Okay. And would you typically spend the night at Moosey's house, or how long would you be away from the house on Victoria Street?
For like 1 or 2 days.
Okay, and how would you end up going back home?
He would come pick me up. And take me back home to 3467 Victoria.
Other than that one particular, and let me ask you this.
Mm-hmm.
When you and Roger would get into it, were there multiple tussles and fights?
Yes.
Okay, and are you saying that you would never tussle back with him?
No, I'm not saying that at all.
Okay. Were some of the arguments and pushing and that sort of thing mutual?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I want to talk to you about some specific incidents.
Okay.
Where we left off with Lamont Junius, your husband did not know about Lamont.
Correct.
Was there a particular time where your husband grew to know about Lamont?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us about that?
So one night, I had a habit of watching movies on my phone at night in the bed. So
now, that night, when you say in the bed,
Raise
you're
your hand if you're
at
in
what
that same
house?
category.
3467 Victoria Street.
Okay.
Okay, and who's in the bed with you?
My husband, Roger Clark.
Okay.
So I was watching a movie on my phone, and I fell asleep eventually. So when I fell asleep, my phone was still open. So probably about 1 or 2 o'clock that morning, he came around from his side of the bed to my side of the bed. He hit me. He said, "Who's Lamont?"
That's never okay.
And I was dazed because I was scared because I was asleep. He said, "Who in the hell Lamont?" I said, "It ain't what you think. It ain't what you think. It's not what you think." I said, calm down. So my phone, it went dead. Not dead, but it closed up. And he wanted me to open my phone back up so he could contact him. I said, "No, don't do that." I said, because he wasn't bothering me. I called him.
You said he, being Lamont, didn't call you
Correct.
called him.
I contacted him, correct.
So you were saying it's not Lamont's fault that you and Lamont were having dealings. You were telling your.
Yes.
Okay. And then, so then what happened?
He hit me again. He hit me again because I won't give him my phone. So
Say he hit you where?
he hit me across the face.
Okay.
So he hit me across the face, and I'm telling
With
him,
his hand, with
his
the
hand.
no weapon. I mean, his hand is a weapon, but he didn't have a knife or a baseball bat or a gun. He was hitting you open hand or fist
With his
in the
hand,
face.
open hand, yes.
Okay.
Okay. So he hit you again, then what happened?
It was like, it was time for him to go to work because he get up at 3 o'clock. He get up at 3 o'clock in the morning to go to work. So I couldn't go to work because I had a bruise on my face. So I called out.
You called sick?
Yes.
To MARTA?
Yes.
And the reason you called sick was what?
Because I had a bruise on my face.
Okay.
So when I returned to work, probably the next following day, when I went to work, my supervisor seen my face. And she asked me, she said,
Okay, well, I think you're about to get into hearsay right now.
Okay.
So I'm just going, you generally speaking, don't talk about what other people said to you, okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, but you eventually went back to work and you still had marks on your face?
Yes.
Did people notice?
Yes.
Okay. After that incident, and do you know what approximate time period that incident occurred?
Probably 24, early 24.
Early 2024.
Yes.
Okay. Was there a second incident involving Lamont Junius specifically? Were there many incidents involving?
It was just 3.
Okay, I'm talking about the major ones, okay? So was there a second major incident involving Lamont Junius?
Yes.
Okay. Could you tell us a little bit about that?
Did Mr. Clark know, he saw the name in your phone, but had he ever met Lamont before? Would he know who he was independent of the name being in your phone?
No.
And let me ask you this. Did you, once he learned about Lamont, did you keep the name in the phone as Lamont?
No.
What did you do?
I changed the name to Lisa.
Okay. Was there a second incident with Lamont? Not with Lamont, but regarding Lamont, involving Lamont?
So me and my husband and my dad, I took them to a concert and I took them out to eat. And when we dropped my dad off, we started arguing. So.
And when is this?
In March.
Of what year?
2024.
Okay. So you and Roderick are arguing.
Yes.
And what happens?
So we got to arguing. I just didn't want to be at home that night. So I contacted Lamont and I told him, let's meet up at a hotel. So he said, okay. So I made the reservations and I went to the hotel.
I'm up to M, I believe.
At Marriott, downtown.
Oh, the Marriott.
LM, yes.
M for Marriott.
There was no Motel 8.
I'm going to show you what's the mark fence. Do you look at this?
Yes.
Thank you.
And what is
Motel 6? Which one was it?
that a picture of?
Who's the
Picture of a reservation.
Motel 6. Right?
Okay, and is it off of a computer?
Yes, sir.
Is that your computer or?
Yes, sir.
And who took that picture?
I did.
And what is that reservation for?
Super 8.
I'm roomming at the Atlanta Marriott, downtown Atlanta.
Okay.
Did you leave the light on for him?
And what date is that for?
It was for Saturday, that Saturday.
If you look at does it have a date on the picture?
Yes, from Friday, March 22nd 2024 to Saturday, March the 23rd, 2024.
Okay. And is that the receipt or the reservation that you made at the Marriott for you and Lamont after you and Roderick got into an argument that night?
Yes, that's the receipt they emailed me.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, I'd move to admit defense M.
Any objection, Ms. Willingham, to defense M?
No objection.
It's admitted.
Okay, so did you spend the night with Lamont?
Yes, I did.
At the Marriott?
Yes.
Were you intimate?
Yes.
Okay. And how many nights did you stay?
1.
Okay. And when you left, what time did you leave the Marriott?
I left the Marriott probably
if you remember.
By 8 o'clock that morning.
Okay.
By 8.
And where did you go from there?
I went back home to 3467 Victoria Street.
And when you arrived back at 3467 Victoria Street, who was anyone present?
No, sir.
Okay. And what did you do?
I was just about to take a shower, put some clothes on, whatever. Just returning home.
Okay. Is there anything that happened that day?
So my husband returned home about 20 or 30 minutes later. And he asked me, he said, you been out?
You got to say it.
You been out fucking with that nigga, huh? I said, no. I said, I told you I would go on with my dad. He said, no, you ain't. He said, I've been on your dad's house. And he was there.
Busted.
And after I got caught in my lie, he started jumping on me.
Okay. When you say he started jumping on you specifically, what was he doing?
He hit me across the face. He hit me across the face and I started crying and stuff. So by that time, he tried to yank my wedding ring off my finger. And I told him, I said, you hurting my finger, you hurting my finger. And he just kept trying to take my ring off my finger. So eventually he got the ring off my finger and I'm just crying. So that's when I called my aunt and my cousin over there.
Okay. And was Omaran home for this?
Yes, he was at home.
Where was he?
He was in his room.
Okay. Would Roderick typically be abusive to you right in front of Omaran?
No.
Okay. All right. So what were your injuries that resulted from him hitting you and across the face and trying to rip your wedding ring off your finger?
I thought he broke my finger when he ripped the ring out because my ring fingers, it was swollen. So I tried not to go to the doctor or the emergency room, but it kept hurting. So the first time I did, I went to the my own doctor, and they ordered X-rays. And then from the X-rays, they said it was no breakage.
No fracture.
Correct.
Okay, but you sought treatment?
Yes.
Did you seek, but was it like the next day or was there some time that passed?
It's some time had passed because I was putting ice and stuff on there.
Okay. I'm going to approach with defense. And do you recognize this document?
Yes, sir.
And what is that document on?
It was a visit I made to my doctor office.
Is that what they gave you in your doctor's office?
Yes, sir.
And what was that visit involving?
My left ring finger.
And that doctor's visit, was it a result of what you just described with Roderick pulling at your finger, trying to get the ring off?
Yes.
On March 20, I think it was 23rd?
Yes.
Okay. And you said they took x-rays?
Yes.
And they didn't find any fracture?
Correct.
Okay. On March 23rd, when Roderick did this to you, did you call the police?
No, sir.
Why not?
Because I didn't want to get my husband in trouble. I loved him. I just didn't want to get him in no trouble.
Did you run around telling a bunch of people what Roderick did to you?
No,
Why not?
because I didn't want nobody in our business.
Okay. Were you asked what caused the injury to your ring finger by the nurses and doctors when you sought treatment for that injured finger?
Yes.
Okay. And did those records show that you were asked about what caused?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the answer you gave when they asked you what injured your ring finger?
I told them I smashed my finger in the door at home in the bathroom.
You smashed your finger in the bathroom door.
Yes.
What caused the injury to the finger?
Yes.
Okay. Was that the truth?
No.
Okay, let's go back to your house. How many bathrooms are in your house?
One.
Was there a door on the bathroom in your house?
No.
What was there to provide any sort of privacy?
A sheet, a bed sheet.
Okay, was there any door in the bathroom to smash your finger on?
No.
Was what you told the doctors about what caused that injury to your finger that you had to get x-rays for, was that the truth or a lie?
It was a lie.
Why did you lie to the doctors about what caused the injury to your finger?
Because I just didn't want no trouble for me and my husband.
Okay. Shortly before this incident that brings us here today, did you go on a trip?
Yes, sir.
Where did you go?
Went to Las Vegas.
And do you remember the exact dates?
Cha-ching.
Yes.
Okay.
We left December 14th and returned December 17th.
Okay, and have you recently reviewed your travel itinerary from that?
Yes, sir. Through Delta. Yes.
Okay. So December 14th to 17th in Vegas, who went?
Me, Tamaka Clark, Roger Clark, and Evan Noires, Moosey.
And this is like six days, and you get back like 3 days before.
Yes.
And Moosey is your cousin?
Yes.
What brought you to Vegas on that particular weekend?
Okay, so the Atlanta Falcons, they were set to play the Raiders.
On what day of the week?
December 16th, that Monday night. It was a Monday night football game.
Okay. And how were the accommodations in Vegas? When I say how were the accommodations, not was it nice, but who was in what room?
Me and Roger Clark, we was at Lazio Hotel, and Moosey was at I can't think of it. It's Red Cross Street.
Okay, it's fine.
Okay.
All right. At some point, was there any violence that occurred in Vegas?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell me about how that came about?
So every morning, we're on vacation, we're in Vegas. I would get up probably about 4 o'clock in the morning and head to the casinos and just be playing the slot machines or whatever. And I would stay a long time. So I would come back up to the room about 11 that morning. And when I came back that morning, he asked me what I've been doing down there. I said, I'm at the casino. He said, you been down there talking to Lamont? I said, no. I said, I've been in the casino playing. I said, do you want to see my phone? So.
Oh, so to your perception, he didn't think Lamont was in Vegas. He thought you were on the phone with him.
Correct.
Okay.
Because I was gone a long time.
Well, let me ask you before we go on. At that point, were you even still in contact with Lamont?
No.
When did you break off contact with Lamont, if you recall?
The last time me and Lamont was together was March 23rd, not 19, but 2024.
The hotel?
Yes.
Okay, but did you continue to talk to him after that?
I sent him a text for Thanksgiving, but he never replied.
Okay. All right, so he's confronting you about possibly talking to Roderick.
Ghosted by Lisa.
Confronting you about possibly talking to Lamont.
Correct.
Okay, so then what, and where are you?
Vegas.
No, I know, but where in Vegas? Are you in the hotel?
Hotel room.
Okay. And then what happens from there?
So he thought I was lying. He hit me in the stomach so hard. He hit me so hard, I felt like. And probably an hour or so, we were supposed to get ready to leave, go to the game.
So this is on that Monday?
Yes.
Okay.
So he hit me so hard, I just couldn't go. I canceled it. So
When you canceled it, what did you?
I said, Moose my ticket. I gave Moose my ticket.
Okay, so Moosey ended up going to the game with you?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you do?
I stayed at the hotel in the bed.
Did you call the police?
No.
Did you tell Moosey what Roderick had done to you?
No.
And then you ended up returning back to Atlanta with Roderick?
Yes, sir.
And what date was that, if you recall?
December 17th.
Okay. All right. We're going to move to December 20th of 2024. Well, let me ask you, between the 17th and the 20th, were you living at Victoria Street?
Yes, sir.
Was Roderick staying at Victoria Street?
Yes, sir.
Were there any major issues that came up in those 3 days?
No.
Okay. So let's go to December 20th of 2024.
Okay.
So before we get into that, we've been going for a couple hours. I want to make sure court reporter gets a break. Is this an okay time to break?
Perfect.
And we'll just pick back up with, let's talk about December 20th. Ms. Willingham, you okay with a quick break?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, let's try to keep it for about, I know we didn't really do a lunch break. We started at 11. I wasn't planning on breaking for an hour for lunch. Hopefully that's not bad news for everyone here, but they could have eaten before. So if we just make this about a 10-minute-ish break, does that work for the defense?
Perfect.
So work for the state?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so based on that, they say the same thing. The two clocks, let's be back at 1:25, and we'll pick up with your testimony. Ms. Clark, it's important that during the break you not speak with anyone, but in particular a lawyer, about your testimony. Your testimony will be when you're in front of everyone under oath, and we'll handle it then. Okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, so they're going to have a quick break. We're going to zoom through the break because we can. Looks like people are getting ready to get back to it. The bailiff's just, I want to look at these. The bailiff comes over to look at the pictures. It's like, nobody's watching. I'm just going to take a view of the evidence myself, you know. I have to stand here and listen. Might as well understand what's being talked about.
She will confirm the taking.
We have hot mics, but we're not supposed to be able to hear this. We're going to skip ahead. Let's see. Still hot mic, still hot mic. Oh, here we go.
You flagging this, that's important.
Wait. We're back.
Oh, you said you in prison. That's never come to you.
There we go. So it's 1:35 their time. This happened yesterday, obviously. So Let's wait and see when the judge comes back. I don't want to miss anything. This is a pretrial. Thank you, Josh, for this. A pretrial hearing, immunity hearing, where the defense has raised the issue of self-defense. The defendant is accused of shooting and killing her husband.
Our cell phones should be put away, please.
This will determine if the whole trial is over right now, because if it was self-defense, there's no need for a trial, right? That's not a crime. You're allowed to defend yourself if those conditions are met. So we'll see if this goes forward and actually goes to trial here in the next a week or two, or if this is the last hearing they have to hold. Judge says he's not going to make a decision today, so we will have to wait and hear what his ruling is in this one. But the defendant is on the stand, being questioned directly by defense. Here comes the judge.
Mr. Dill, how you doing? So you just recently got out.
Yes, sir.
That's good. Did you get released? Do you have a place to stay?
Due to my situation with leg, when I went to prison, they say you had signed for me going, but I didn't go to court, but I didn't sign a waiver. They would have left me homeless due to the situation of the artificial intelligence of technology with my probation officer.
Got it.
I didn't go to court, and they got your signature when they throw me in prison, and then they said they'll have no transcript of you sitting in prison. I ain't never come to your courtroom and go to prison.
Right. You and I haven't met before. I was looking at your cases. You were in front of Judge Ingram about a month ago, a little more than a month ago, when you then got released.
What is this?
And I'm wondering if you have reached out to Ms. Gonzalez. That was your lawyer.
This was my lawyer prior to that situation, what led me to back in jail of the probation, because I was trying to notify you that the people that I was dealing with the cyber crimes of technology, of artificial intelligence, of these technology companies with my digital reading, I was notified you about the probation and this technology that's illegal, what these people did to me.
Okay.
With the probation. That's what led me to you, but they sent me to prison.
Okay. What? And you've helped me now understand that maybe someone is falsifying a signature, which is important. Okay.
They got your signature.
That's what I'm hearing you say. So I'm going to keep your information. I'm going to talk to a few people about it. And then if you and I need to speak a little bit more, I'll reach out. Okay. All right. I appreciate you flagging this. That's important. You have a good day. Be safe. All right.
Maybe a little less AI.
Sorry, that took a little longer, our break, but had to look up Mr. Dill's situation.
Big deal.
Is Ms. Clark is still here? Ms. Clark, you remain under oath. If you would come back up to the stand, please, and get situated there. Ms. Rivers, are you good to get back on the record?
Yes, I'm ready.
Great. So let's get back on the record in State versus Clark. Mr. Shart, you were about to begin to explore with Ms. Clark the events of December 20th, 2024. We had just heard about the trip to Vegas, Falcons Raiders, more jealousy about Mr. Junius, the punch to the stomach, and then from the time of return to Atlanta up to the December 20th, things had gone fairly smoothly.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. So we're going to move to December 20th, 2024. Okay. All right. And just to be clear, on December 20th, 2024, by that time, were you still being intimate with Lamont Junius?
No, sir.
Okay, and were you still corresponding with Lamont Junius through text or phone calls or anything like that?
No, sir.
Nope, just okay. Lisa.
And were you being intimate or corresponding with anyone else?
No, sir.
Okay.
This is the courtroom that brought us Big Dill.
On December 20th, 2024, you were working at MARTA at the time?
Correct.
Okay, did you work that day?
No, sir, I was off.
Okay. And scheduled off, you didn't?
Yes, sir.
And was your husband, Roderick, was he working that day?
Yes, sir.
Okay, did he work that day?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what, to your recollection, what were his hours that day?
He had to be at work at 4:10 a.m. to 12:10 p.m.
Okay. And were those pretty much his set hours? Did he have set hours?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And on that day, do you remember how he got to work?
I got up and took him to work that day.
Okay. Why did you take him to work that day?
Because we just only had one car.
That's the Mercedes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when he was at work, what did you do?
Christmas was coming up, so I was going to stores like for buy Christmas food, prepare to cook.
Okay, grocery shop.
Yes.
All right. Were you by yourself or with anyone else?
By myself.
Okay. And how did Mr. Clark get home from work?
I went and picked him up.
About 4:10, you said he got off?
He got off at 12:10 p.m.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Yes, you did say it. And when you picked him up from work, did y'all go straight home? What happened next?
No, sir. We went to the store. From there, we went get something to eat. And after we got something to eat, we went home. It was about 4 when we got there. 3-ish or 4, something like that.
Okay. Was there anything that sticks out about anything that happened before returning home? Was there any big fights or anything like that?
No, sir.
Did you end up staying up until the incident? Did you end up staying the rest of the day at the home?
Yes, sir.
What about Roderick?
The same.
He stayed the rest of the day?
Yes, sir.
Okay, was Omaran at the house?
I can't recall, sir.
Okay, did Omaran ever, are you saying you can't recall if he was there when you arrived back to the house?
Correct.
Okay. Did Omaran ever show up that evening?
Yes.
Okay. And where did you interact much with Omaran that night?
All the time I seen Omaran, he was in the kitchen.
Okay. How long did you see him for?
I think he was cooking something at the stove. So when I seen him, I turned around, went back in the room until he got done.
Okay. When you and Mr. Clark got home that day around 4 o'clock, what did you do?
We put our groceries up. We were in the rooms, in our room at 3467 Victoria Street. We went in the room, started sitting on the bed, watching TV.
Okay. Were y'all getting along at that point?
Yes, sir.
As the night got later, was there any alcohol that was consumed?
Yes.
Okay, who was drinking?
We both was Roger Clark and Tamaka Clark.
Okay, what were you drinking?
I was drinking a margarita.
Okay, did you just have one margarita or more than that?
I had more than one.
Okay. What about Roderick?
Roger just had one, and that was it. That also, because I was in the kitchen, he was in the bedrooms, but one.
One margarita?
Yes.
Okay, and we'll get there. I know that you said you were in the kitchen.
Okay.
So you're sitting there watching, you said TV or movie?
TV.
Okay. TV in the bedroom.
Yes.
And where y'all sitting?
On the bed. He was sitting on the chair. It's a chair beside the bed on his side. He was sitting on the chair. I was sitting on the bed.
Okay. And
if you look at defendant's E, it's one we've looked at together before. It's got part of the bed on it in your room.
it's going to be in that pile.
Yeah, that one. Is the TV there in the middle? That black square, that's the TV. So you would have been on the bed on your side.
Yes.
Looking at the TV. And then the chair that you said Mr. Clark was sitting in, where would that be in this room?
It would have been on that side.
Okay. Thank you.
And so at some point, did either one of you end up leaving the bedroom?
I did.
Okay, tell me about that.
So it was like probably about 8 or 9 o'clock. I know I need to start going ahead and start cooking and cleaning the chitlins for Christmas. So I proceeded to the kitchen.
What are those?
Okay. And can you look at those pictures
What's a chitlin?
Orient us to the picture of the kitchen.
Christmas chitlin?
Yeah.
Right here.
Okay, what exhibit is that?
What are they?
C.
Okay, can you explain to Judge McBurney where the kitchen would be?
This location right here, sir.
Okay, so that's the back of the stove? There's some silver with a yellow rectangle.
That's
Or the dryer. That's why there's that tube at the bottom. Okay, so the stove is actually directly across with lots of stuff on top of it.
Yes.
Okay. And what's on the ground?
Right here.
Yeah, it looks, is that a
speaker I had.
Oh, it's a speaker.
Yes.
Okay.
We're blasting some music and stuff. Yes.
Got it.
Okay, we're gonna get there.
Okay.
Blasting some music. Okay.
And
Ugh.
in the kitchen, do you see some of the things that you were working on that day in that picture?
Yes.
Okay, what do you see in that picture?
My pasta pans, alcohol. My container sets,
Okay, were you using those things that night?
the pasta pans.
Okay. And so you go to the kitchen to start cleaning the chitlins.
Yes.
Use like
All
a
right,
garden
and-
hose? What do you just clean out the?
What happens next?
How do you clean
So I had my phone and my laptop in the kitchen. So it was kind of loud, but it wasn't loud yet. So I'm just sitting there cleaning.
What was loud?
The speaker.
Okay, so explain how the speaker fits into this. You had the speaker attached to your
Yes.
to
It's
your
a speaker right
computer,
here.
or
It was to my laptop.
okay, and
Cable to
you play
Bluetooth.
music? Is that what you're?
You play music, look at movies, whatever. It's just a sound.
Okay, what were you doing that night?
Looking at my laptop, movies.
Okay, so you're in there. You have the speaker hooked up.
Yes.
And are you by yourself in the kitchen?
Yes.
Okay. So then what happens next?
So I'm just cleaning the chitlins. Probably about 10 minutes later, he come in there. He asked me, he said, "Oh, you and him talking on the phone?" I said, "No, I'm not talking to nobody. I'm just sitting here cleaning these chitlins." So we went back and forth, and he left the kitchen again, go back to the bedroom.
Let me ask you this.
Okay.
When he was asking if you were talking on the phone, did you come to understand what his concern was?
Yes.
What was that?
He thought I was talking to Lamont.
Okay, did he say Lamont?
Yes.
Okay, and were you talking to Lamont?
No.
Was it
Okay,
Lisa?
and was there any, other than you being questioned about what you're doing in the kitchen, was there any physical back and forth, any grabbing, punching, anything like that in the kitchen at that time?
No, sir.
Okay. And so
Hey, Kurt.
Mr. Clark went back into the bedroom.
Yes.
Okay, and how far is the bedroom from the kitchen?
Not far at all.
From me to you, would it be further than this?
No.
Okay, it's about,
A little closer. All right, there.
okay.
10, 20 feet.
All right, so then he goes back to the bedroom.
Yes.
So then what happens?
I started back again, started back cleaning the chitlins, but this time I cut the music, I cut the speaker up some.
Why did you do that?
Shaking my head because I can't believe he keep accusing me messing with this guy.
You switched to music now because you said you had been watching movies, and so what you would have heard over the speaker would have been the movie. Had you switched to music?
I'm trying to just tone him out.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so no more movies, now it's music.
Yes.
Okay, so you turn the speaker up.
Yes.
Okay, and you're still cleaning the chitlins?
Yes.
How do you clean the chitlins? Do you have like a knife?
Knife or scissors.
Well, what were you using? Do you remember?
Scissors.
Okay.
Cleaning or preparing?
So then what happened next?
So he came back in there again to see what I was doing. He said, "Is you on here on the phone?" I said, "No, I'm not talking to nobody." I said, "If you want to look at my phone, you can look at my phone. I'm not talking to no Lamont."
How much time passed between the first time he questioned you about Lamont and the second?
About 10, 15 minutes.
Okay.
How long does it take to clean the chitlins?
All right, so you offer to show him your phone.
Yes.
And then what happens?
So he put his hand in my face. And I told him, I said, "You need to go on back in there." I said, "I'm not doing anything." I said, "I offered to show you my phone. I don't talk to that man no more."
Okay, when you say he put his hands in your face, will you stand up for him? You can do it to me, just don't do it too hard. What did he do?
Lay into him.
He said, "You better not be on that phone." He said, "If I catch you with a nigga, I'm kid." So I said, "Take on." I didn't take it at face value. I just thought he was just being jealous or, mad.
Okay, and you have scissors at this point.
Yes.
Did you ever threaten him with the scissors or anything like that? Okay. So he goes back into the bedroom, or what happens next?
Went back into the bedroom. About 3 or 4 minutes later, I went into the bedroom and we started arguing. And I was telling him.
Why'd you go back into the bedroom?
Because I'm trying to show him that I'm not cheating no more, young. That's how I was doing.
But you went back in to engage again on the subject that was bothering Mr. Clark.
Yes.
Okay. So you go back into the bedroom.
Yes.
And what happens next?
So we was arguing. He hit me and I hit him back, but I grabbed his glasses off his face.
Okay, so let's stop there.
Okay.
So rewind that a little bit, because you got to hitting.
Yes.
You guys are arguing at first. Are you standing up, sitting down? What are you doing?
We're standing up.
Okay, and how far away from each
We was close. We was like this.
Okay, you're like this, and then you said he hit you.
Mm-hmm.
When you say he hit you, that could mean a lot of things. Was it a slap, a punch, a mush?
Slap.
And where did he slap you?
On my face.
Okay. And then after he slapped you in the face, what did you do to him?
I grabbed his glasses.
What did you do with his glasses?
I didn't grab him because I was mad.
Okay. So you grabbed the glasses off his face. Did you hold on to his glasses, or did they fall to the ground?
I think I just threw them to the side. I can't recall.
Okay.
Was Mr. Clark dependent on his glasses? Meaning, if he didn't have them, could he see nothing, or he could see?
Yes.
If you were in the room, he'd know where you were.
Yes.
If he wanted to touch you on the shoulder, he wouldn't actually miss and touch you on the knee. The glasses didn't do that for him.
Correct.
Okay.
Knee,
so
shoulder, head, shoulders, knees, and toes. Yeah.
Grab, remove his glasses, whatever we want to call it, and he's hit you.
Mm-hmm.
What happens next?
So I just made my mind up. I need to leave. So we was at this location right here.
All right, so if you could tell Judge McBurney what exhibit you were lying.
Exhibit G.
Back to G. Okay. Well, E? I have this as E.
You gotta look at the back of this.
Oh, okay, it's E. I'm
E.
sorry.
All right, Exhibit E.
Okay, this location right here.
Could you put it on your screen, Ms. Willingham? Because that way, Ms. Clark could maybe point, you could see where she's pointing. That way we don't all have to huddle around her. She could mark on the screen. I don't mean to put you on the spot. It's not your exhibit, but you said something about, hey, I've got all these on my computer.
Let me connect to the.
Oh, you're not even on, I didn't realize.
Give us a second. We're not very good with the screen sharing, but
Right.
give us a
I
second.
think it would be important, given the kinds of questions you're asking, that we're all seeing the same thing.
And it helps for us because then we'll get to see it as well. So that will help.
Ms. Clark, if you can show me the picture that you're right.
It's E. Defense Exhibit E.
It's right here.
Judge asked a very telling question. So you went back in? That could be seen as instigating. Have you tried plugging it in? Or turn it off and back on again? Both of those things work. Here we go.
There we go.
Do you remember how to get out and shut it? You might want to use another one. Actually, you don't have to do it right now. I'll come and help.
That's not the correct picture. It's similar, but that one has a lamp in it, and this doesn't have all that. I don't think I've seen that picture before. We'll call that Defense Z.
Because we ain't getting that far.
And Ms. Willingham, if you can pull it off, keep trying.
I'm on.
You're on, so let me unshare him.
Looks to be a little cluttered in there. Although I do admire the stack of boxes in the corner. Resembles the stack of boxes I have in my office as well.
Right? No, it's two that are similar, but I think it's this.
Yeah, there's one that has a lamp and a shade. That's not the one that's in evidence.
No, that's the one.
We wanted to have, you can put the other one in evidence if that's more helpful to demonstrate what you're trying to do. It's just not there yet. So in just a minute, Ms. Clark, I'm gonna have you, the screen in front of you is a touch screen. I'm gonna have you operate it. We need to get the picture up first. But then I'm gonna need you to do a couple things so that then when you next touch the screen, you'll be able to make marks on it so everyone can see, here's where I was standing or here's where this happened.
Okay.
Are you able to magnify it at all?
Enhance. Embiggen.
You should be able to.
Hit that 10%. Hit the drop arrow next to, there we go.
That's going to be too big.
That's
sorry.
Too big.
It's all right.
Maybe you try 50.
Also, I think if you click that frame next to it, you make their full screen. Try that, see what that does. Oh, but then it's going to be, that's why it was small. Okay.
25. Yeah, there we go.
Is that better? Or
let's try that. I was just trying to see if there was a way to, okay. So if you will touch the lower left-hand corner of your screen.
Right here?
Yeah, just tap it. There should be now, did a little circle with a pencil in it show up over in the lower left-hand corner? Deputy Gordon, yeah, tap that.
Oh, it went away.
Okay, so Deputy Gordon's gonna help you out in just a second.
It looks like they still have a little yellow sticker on the corner of their TV.
Yeah, let's just leave it like that and we'll see where we get. I think it's because of the portrait orientation.
Indicating
Is it working?
The protective film may not have ever been taken off of it.
Try, Ms. Clark, just draw it way over on the side where it's all black. Just move your finger on the screen a little bit.
I've not seen it yet.
Or maybe it can only do it on the image. There, okay. Now, there should be a little eraser on the screen. Deputy Gordon's going to show you. If you tap that once, it'll make the mark that you made go away.
Okay.
Tappy, tap, 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 tap. Tappity.
Or there's an arrow that.
There we go. That works.
Done. Okay. Do you see what he did?
Right here? Yeah.
It's an arrow that is like an undo arrow. Mr. Sharp may be asking you to identify locations. If you could do it with an X or something like that, that'll help us all understand who was where.
Okay, so trying to So you went in there and he slapped you.
Yes.
And then you removed his glasses. Where were y'all standing? And if Judge McBurney would prefer you mark, that's fine. Or if you want to describe using the picture, that's fine as well, from my perspective.
Do you want me to mark?
If you're able to say, do you see that, whatever that burgundy garment is? I was standing there, that's real clear, but if I was kind of over in that area, it might be more helpful to mark it.
Okay, I was right here. We was right here.
I'm still not seeing it. We're on the eraser.
Where the container, clear container with the papers on the floor.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
we was in that location.
Right down here.
So that's sort of at the foot of the bed near the television?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. So after you removed his glasses and flicked them away, you said that you were ready to go.
Yes.
Okay. And where were you planning on going?
Baby, I'm ready.
I was trying to get my bag and my gun, just go to the store because I didn't feel like ordering and I just didn't feel like, no, I was just trying to get away from the situation.
But where your plan upon leaving was to go to a store?
Yes.
So this is at what time?
About 11.
So what store are you going to at 11?
Chevron, 24 hours.
Okay, a convenience store. You're not going to try to go to a Macy's and the doors are locked.
Correct.
Okay.
So you said you grabbed your gun. Now, did you in fact grab your gun?
Yes.
Okay, where did you keep your gun?
On the other side of the bed.
It's not in this picture, but it would be if we're looking at the picture, to the right?
Yes.
Okay. And why are you grabbing your gun to go to the store?
Because where the store located in College Park is kind of dangerous at night. So.
What were you going to do at the store? Like why the Chevron?
Because I always go out there. Where I always go out there, play numbers and buy stretch out tickets and stuff like that. Okay. But I just wanted to get out of the house. Just get away.
Understood. So were you able to grab
1 o'clock in the
your
morning?
gun?
Yes.
From the other side of the bed?
Yes.
Okay. And where was Mr. Clark at this time when you went to get your gun and your purse?
He was standing by the television.
Okay. And was he doing anything?
He was just standing there watching me.
Okay. And once you grabbed your gun, did you ever point your gun or threaten Mr. Clark with your gun?
No.
We saw on photos we've looked at earlier that were of the bed surface, the bag, kind of holster bag, and then what you said is your gun that was sitting on the bed. Did you grab just the gun, no holster, or did you grab everything?
I can't recall.
Okay.
And
how would you carry it to the store?
Once you had your gun, could you explain or describe your plan is to leave the house? Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. So what would be the route that you would take to leave the bedroom?
It's just one way in and one way out. I had to go past Mr. Clark in order to leave the bedroom.
Okay.
So he's still by those clear plastic containers and the TV.
Correct.
Like you said, he's been watching you. So to get out, you have to make a U. You're going around the bed, and that means you're going by Mr. Clark.
Yes.
Okay. And so when did you try to go by Mr. Clark?
Yes.
Okay. And what happened?
He asked me where I'm going. I said, I'm going to the store. I need to just leave. I said, I want to leave. And he said, you're not going nowhere in my car. I said, why not? I said, I need to get out the house. He said, no, because you've been drinking. I said, well, I'll just be careful. I need to go.
Okay. And at that point, do you still have the gun in your hand?
Yes.
Okay. And did you point it at Mr. Clark at that point?
No.
Okay. So what happens next?
So we started back arguing again. And he grabbed me. And I told him, let me go. But by that time, I put the gun on the bed.
Okay, so let's break that down. You started arguing again. How far away from each other are you arguing?
We was close.
like right here.
Okay, and are you yelling at each other? Are you talking to each other? What's going on?
We yelling.
Okay. And then you said he grabbed.
Yes.
Okay, show me how he grabbed. Demonstrate on me.
Boom, I hit the floor.
Okay, at that point, did you still have the gun?
No, it was on the bed.
Okay, where did the gun get out of bed? During the argument or?
During the argument. And I just don't like having no gun in my hand while we arguing.
Okay, so he grabbed you, I think you demonstrated a hand on each arm?
Yes.
And then you said boom. Can you describe when you said boom, what that meant?
He threw me on the floor. Next thing I know, he put his chest, not his chest, but his knee, his leg on top of my chest, the upper part. And I was hollering and stuff. I was telling him, get off of me, get off of me, get off of me.
Where are you in this room when that's happening?
With on papers that on the floor in that location. That's why the paper's on the floor.
Okay, there's some like blue things that are at a slope and it looks like a clear garbage bag. You're there on the floor.
Yes.
And he's on top of you in the way you described.
Yes.
And are you saying the state of those papers, that the fact that they're kind of knocked over?
Yes.
That was caused by what happened?
Yes.
Okay, and so at this point, you're on the ground.
Yes.
Where are his hands?
His hands were on top of me and he was like this. Look at that.
Oh, good. Full demonstration, okay.
Yes. He had his knee on me like this and had me like this and stuff.
Okay, I got you. I got you.
People in the courtroom are standing up to look and see.
So his knee was on your chest area, and then he's using his hands in your neck
pin me
area.
down, yes.
And pinning you down in the shoulder neck area.
Yes.
Okay.
Excuse me. Excuse me. Can you both not talk over each other, please?
I'm sorry.
Yep.
That was my fault.
It's okay. We were doing some reenacting, but Ms. Rivers makes a great point. Let's get back to the good cadence we've had. Question, answer, not another word from lawyer until witness is done answering.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. When Roderick is on top of you doing what you just demonstrated, how long, if you know, how long did that take place?
Probably, I'll say like 3 to 4 minutes.
Okay, and during that time, where is your gun?
My gun is on the bed.
Okay, did Roderick have a gun at this point?
No.
Okay. Now, the gun that was on your bed, that's your gun?
Yes.
Okay. Were you trying to get to that gun?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Were you ever able to reach the gun?
No.
Why were you not able to reach the gun?
Because every time I tried to get up, I couldn't move. So I wasn't able to get the gun to defend myself or whatever.
Is it fair that he was overpowering you?
Yes.
How was your breathing during that time?
I was scared. I thought I'm about to lose my life or whatever. I was just like, I can't believe he doing this to me,
Were you able to get up?
Eventually, yes.
What changed so that you could get up? Did he let go of you? Did he get off you?
Yes, because he started loosening up. And when he started loosening up, I hurried up and jumped up because I was trying to get out the door, but I wasn't able to get out the door.
Okay. So were you able to get out the bedroom?
Yes.
Okay, so let's talk about that. You were able to get up.
Yes.
And where you said you started to run?
Yes, I tripped, yes.
Okay, and you tripped.
Yes.
Where were you running to? What room?
I was running from my bedroom to the living room direction.
Okay, and is that, would you go through the living room to get to the front door?
Yes.
Leave? Okay. Now,
Is this the living room?
Yeah.
Okay.
And could you show me B just so we can get it on the screen?
This B.
Really? I don't, no, well, this is also, that is, I didn't get a letter for that one. They're, both these exist.
Okay.
There's the darker version, and I don't know where your B is, but.
Find your B, sir. Get your B's in a row.
The darker one shows more of the room.
I think this one, I think B would be good.
Wait for it. We're going to see this image.
I think it's this one. Is that the one you have in your hand? Yeah, I think so. Okay.
Still waiting for it.
I have to log back on, Judge. I'm sorry, I got kicked off of Zoom.
Oh, I see you on, but.
Oh, am I?
Yeah.
Okay, well then maybe I'm just on the wrong screen. I don't see it on mine.
I'd log off
There
just
it
to be
goes.
safe. So I should have had the microphone off of my computer because now my Twitter feed is filled with advertisements for
thank you.
Men's products.
Thank you, Ms. William. Ms. Clark, is
Yes.
this the room that you're saying you ran to?
Yes.
Okay. And
No one's
you
running
see
in
that
room.
door frame with the pink, it looks like, or lighter brown?
Yes.
Would that lead to your bedroom or is your,
No, that lead to the kitchen
okay, so
you ran into this room from what direction?
from the bedroom.
But in this picture, would you have been coming the way we're looking? Like if I came out of your bedroom into the living room, is this what I'd see? Or are you coming around the corner where there's that light fixture? See what I'm asking? Like if you come out of your bedroom, do you see that pink suitcase at the front?
Yes.
So behind the person who took the picture is your bedroom.
Did they have their own crime scene markers there in there? Or is that from the police?
Like right here in the hallway.
Yeah.
You make it right.
I don't know where that is on this picture.
Okay.
If you were standing there taking that picture, see how the angle of that picture where the kitchen is way down there? If you turned around, are you looking towards your bedroom?
No,
So where is your bedroom in connection with this picture?
you're gonna make a left.
if you turn to the left, you
Yes.
would be looking at your bedroom.
Yes.
Okay, got it. What's directly behind you? Just a wall?
It's the front door.
Front door, okay. So then when you came into the living room, you were basically moving towards that orange thing. Because
The other direction.
if you said that your bedroom is to the left, then you'd be coming into this room from the left, which means you would be hurrying towards that orange rectangle and the blue box.
What is that orange?
I'm getting kind of confused
What is that?
because this picture right
What's
here,
this? What's that?
this the living room.
I hear you.
Okay, if
There's
you
no
make a
living going
left,
on there.
that'll be going to our bedroom.
Yeah.
This is the storage room.
If you keep straight, that's the dining room, and that pink thing, that's the kitchen.
Yep. Okay.
So if I come out the bedroom, you're making a right, and you will see all this stuff right here.
Okay.
And then if you turned around right now, it'd be the front door.
Yes.
Okay, so you came, is it correct that you came from the left of this picture
Maybe it's a violin.
and then to get to the front door, you would take a right?
Correct.
So where'd you fall?
Right here, About, let me see,
Did you trip on
but
something?
all this stuff,
is it not on this picture?
it's not on this picture.
Okay.
There's more of the
Because I
room we
haven't
haven't
made it
seen.
that far yet.
Is there, what letter is the picture you're holding?
F,
F. The one that has the blue underwear on it?
yes.
Okay, got it.
Red, you need to update the thumbnail for us.
And F shows Omaran's room. That's the brown door.
Yes.
And then the white door was the door that someday was going to be reconnected to the bathroom.
Correct.
Okay. And your bedroom is around to the left?
Yes.
Okay. And so you came through that doorway and fell,
Yes.
landing kind of in front of where the blue underwear is and the orange stuff.
Yes.
Okay. And as that relates to the picture on the screen, if you kept going forward, if you hadn't fallen, then you would have ended up sort of right here.
Correct.
Okay. Got it.
I don't want to ask, but I think we need
And
to
Your
see
Honor,
the
just
blue underwear.
so the court knows, we don't have a crime scene sketch, which would have been helpful.
I figured.
Yeah.
We're working through this. It's
Yeah.
just, it's helpful. You may have been to this place. I've never seen it.
Well-
Ms. Clark at least is familiar with it, so she can help us.
So you tripped.
Yes.
Now, when you're running from the bedroom, to exit the bedroom, you would have passed, after you got up, you would have passed the bed, correct?
Correct.
Where your gun was.
Yes.
Did you pick up your gun when you were running out of your bedroom?
No.
Why not?
I'm just trying to get away because I'm scared he gonna try to hurt me again or whatever. But I definitely didn't pick up my gun. I left it on the bed.
Did you want to hurt him?
No.
So now you're in the living room. Please explain what happens in the living room.
So he came in the living room. He had his gun. I didn't have my gun. He had his gun. And we was arguing
Whoa,
again.
whoa, whoa.
Let me stop.
Stop. How'd you have your gun?
Is this the first time in this evening that you see him with his gun?
Yes.
Okay, and from where you were being choked in your bedroom,
correct,
how far is that exact location from where he typically stores his gun?
It will always be
This is crazy.
Just tell us what letter on the back of
the bedroom photo. This is exhibit E. It would be on the dresser. You can't see his dresser, but it would be on the dresser. But that night, he was on the bed also.
Okay, so was it close or far from where you were being choked?
It was close.
Okay.
And when you say he had his gun, he had the gun out. He didn't have that whole black bag holster thing, but it was the actual gun that was in his hand.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And so you fall, now you see Roderick and he has a gun.
Yes.
In the living room. So explain to us what happens next.
So we was arguing, we just kept arguing. I told him, just let me go. I'm just trying to get out of there. Because I feel like he's trying to get me back on the ground.
At this point, is he pointing the gun at you or anything?
No.
Okay, he's just holding the gun.
He's just holding the gun.
Okay.
Why didn't you just go out the front door?
Because he was blocking me.
He was between you and the door.
Yes.
How'd you get?
So we started back arguing. He put the gun down. He grabbed me again. And I just started hollering. I told him, just let me go, let me go.
Hold on 1 second. You said he put the gun down.
Yes.
Any of those photos show where he put the gun down?
Maybe the blue underwear gun.
What exhibit is that?
He just
F.
Oh, I think this is it. I
Can
think
we
We're
this
in
is-
that location.
Back up.
In the living room.
Oh, it's the blue
Please be clean.
underwear one.
Please be
Yes.
clean. Please be clean.
Do you know which one I'm talking about, Ms. Willingham? It also says F on it, but I don't. Yours aren't labeled in that way. It's look. This is kind of far away, but it's the only one with the.
I found
You
it.
got it. Okay.
Sort of hard to miss. Blue undies. Coming up.
while Ms. Willingham is putting that up, I want to make sure I followed you correctly, Ms. Clark. You're saying that Mr. Clark put the gun down and then there was physical contact again, and that's when you were thrown to the ground a second time.
He was trying to get me to the ground that time.
Tops
but
or
what
bottoms?
had happened, I got a loose from him and I picked up the gun.
Okay, so we need to see where this gun was. So the picture's on the screen now. You remember how to make a mark on the screen?
Yes.
And plaster and lathe walls.
You may have to reactivate it by pressing that pencil thing.
That's what my house is made out of. If you tear into the wall, that's what
Okay.
you see.
Let me see. It's a little further over, but you can't see it.
Okay, can you kind of make an X?
It was on the underwear.
I think I see where you put your line.
Okay.
All right. So you had come through that doorway.
Yes.
Fell, got back up.
Yes.
Mr. Clark came through that doorway.
Yes.
This time he comes through and he has his gun in his hand.
And he gets ahead
He
of
puts
you.
it down.
Yep.
You start, I'm going to use the term tussling
No, we
again.
weren't tussling. He was grabbing me.
Whatever words you want, but
Okay.
that's when physical contact starts again. You are not thrown to the ground this time.
Correct.
And then where that red X is, you grab the gun.
Yes.
Okay.
And to be clear, just when you corrected Judge McBurney, he was grabbing you.
Yes.
Where was he grabbing?
On my arms.
Okay.
I mean, he had me so tight, like my husband's strong. It's like he had me.
Okay.
But you could still reach out and grab the gun.
In this picture that's up right now, what door is that dark brown door?
That's a Marion door.
Okay. So you grab the gun.
Yes.
Okay, so then what happens?
I grabbed the gun and he still grabbing on me. And I told him to get off of me, leave me alone, just get back. And next thing I know, I just pulled the trigger. Because we was close. We was very close.
Okay. If you can stand up and explain to me, I'll be him. You said he was grabbing you?
Yes.
Was there?
Was it both hands, one
Both
hand?
hands.
Okay, and are you struggling to free yourself?
Yes.
Okay. Our bodies moving?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm like, we just moving.
Okay. And then you shoot?
Yes.
Okay. How many times did you shoot?
Just once.
Okay, that
Okay.
helps. He's just holding her
As best you
arms.
can remember, explain to me how it was that he is as strong as you described, but you were able to get the gun.
Yes.
I'm confused. You said he tried to get you to the ground, but he wasn't successful. But he had you like this.
Having, but my I don't know. They took pictures or whatever because he had my shirt. My shirt was torn, and I was just determined I wasn't going back on that ground. So I just got some type of strength, were able to get to the gun. And when I get the gun, I told him to leave me alone, just go away. And he still was grabbing on me. And next thing I know, I pulled the trigger, but he didn't fall anything. He just stood there.
He didn't fall immediately?
Correct.
And are you certain that at that time, you only shot once?
Yes.
Okay. So then what happens after that?
He grabbed me. He got a hold to me again. After being shot, he got me. And I guess he got stronger. He was able to get me on the ground.
Okay. Where is the gun at this point?
I guess I dropped it.
Okay. And when he gets you on the ground, let me ask you this. Are you guys, when he's grabbing you,
Yes.
Okay, even before he's been shot and after he's been shot, are you just in one spot in the room, or are you guys kind of moving around?
We're kind of moving around.
But all within the living room? Or are you now in the kitchen? Or are you on the
Not in the
front porch?
kitchen, just the living room area.
Okay.
That area, like with the underwear at.
What makes you think that you struck him with a bullet the first time you pulled the trigger? Because you said after he was shot, he took you to the ground. What makes you think that you actually shot him as opposed to the gun went off, but the bullet went into the floor?
I just felt like I shot him. He was shot. I was like...
I mean, did you see it? You saw blood come out of him, or you had the gun pressed against his chest, or how is it?
It wasn't no blood.
Okay. But your assumption was that when you pulled the trigger, the gun was pointed in a direction such that a bullet went into Mr. Clark.
Yes.
Okay. After that, he grabbed you again, and this time did get you to the ground.
Yes.
And you still had the gun in your hand?
No.
What had you done with the gun?
I guess I dropped it.
After you shot him the first time?
Yes.
Okay.
And when he gets you to the ground the second time,
Yeah.
I'm gonna do a demonstration.
Okay.
But what, if anything, was he doing to you?
He had his arm like this, like in my throat, like trying to prevent me from getting up. I said, get off me, get off me, get off me. He said, I've been shot. He said, help me. I said, I will if you get off me. I said, get off me, get off me. He had his elbow like crossed my throat. I couldn't move. But eventually, I guess he would lose his strength or whatever. I was able to push him off me.
Rumor is the police are still looking for the gun in that room.
Okay. At this point, once you were able to push him off of you, did you realize that he had been shot?
Yes.
Okay. And once you pushed him off of you, what did you do?
He said, help me, help me. I said, okay. So I didn't see my phone around by me or anything. I went to Omaran though and knocked on his door, but he wouldn't answer me. So I panicked and I just left because I was scared he was trying to attack me again.
Okay, so let's break that down. Were you knocking like this on?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Is it loud?
Not that loud, but it was loud though.
All right, and why aren't you calling 911?
Because I didn't have my phone. I couldn't find my phone. I didn't know what my phone was.
Okay, and why were you banging on or knocking on Omaran's door?
So he could call 911.
Okay. And did you have any knowledge at that time, of course you've seen Discovery, did you have any knowledge at that time that Omaran had in fact called 911?
No.
Okay. What was Roderick doing at this point?
He was down, like he was crawling, like, and he kept trying to reach at me, and I was just so scared. I just panicked. I just left because I was scared for my life because I was thinking he trying to hurt me or whatever.
Okay. The
panic came after she shot him. She
I was
worried for her
scared
life
because he
after.
already got a hold to me after I shot him. I'm thinking he trying to hurt me. That's why
How did you get out? Did you get out the house?
I was running. I just ran.
But I understand that you were running, but how? Like out the front door, out a window?
Door.
Okay. And did Did you have your phone with you when you ran out the house?
No,
Okay, were you ever able to find your phone before you left?
I can't recall.
Okay.
I don't think so.
Well, did you have, to your
No, I
recollection?
never had my phone.
Okay. Did you have the gun with you?
I think I did.
Okay.
What gun?
And by gun, we're talking about Mr. Clark's gun, the one that he brought out into the living room, but that you used to shoot him.
Yes,
Not that you went back into your room and grabbed your gun.
correct.
Did you ever touch your gun again?
No,
Did you ever go into the bedroom again?
no.
Okay. When you left out the front door, what was your mind state? Were you calm?
No. I was calm. I was like in shock.
Okay, and when you left the front door, what did you do?
I was like ran to the car.
Okay, and what was your plan when you ran to the car? Where were you headed?
To Moosey house.
Is that the same? Who lives at Moose's house?
Moosey, her mother, that's
Moosey
my
lives
aunt.
at Moosey's house.
What's your aunt's name?
Nellie Pittman.
Okay, what's your relationship with Nettie Pittman?
She's the aunt.
We're close. I know if I would have ran to her, she would have told me what to do. She would have gave me some good advice. What to do.
Rely on Miss Pittman to give you good advice.
Yes.
And is that the same house that you've gone to when
Yes.
Mr. Clark has been violent with you in the past?
Yes.
Okay. When you were leaving, did you observe police cars starting to arrive?
Yes.
Okay, did you stop for the police cars?
No.
Why not?
I was afraid for my life.
You were afraid the police would do something to you?
I was just scared, Your Honor. I was just scared. I panicked. That's all I can say. I panicked.
That's bad.
So to answer the judge's question, your concern, your fear for your life wasn't the police.
Correct.
Okay. It was what had happened in the house.
Yes.
Okay. Were you arrested that night?
Yes.
Okay, and where were you arrested?
Interstate 85 South. I was about to get on 85 South.
Okay, and what happened to...
I crashed the car.
You crashed the car?
Yes.
All right. And when you crashed the car...
Because of the alcohol?
Did the police end up pulling you out of the car?
Yes.
That night?
Yes.
Okay.
When you crashed, was someone pursuing you, or what? How did you end up crashing?
I was trying to get to their house, and I realized, I think the police had came behind me, and I went straight on. I went straight. Instead of turning, I hit the rail.
Were you trying to get away from someone, or I'm just trying to figure out what
I was trying to get to Moose's house.
Okay.
Because in my mind, I was scared. I was just terrified. I was scared.
Okay.
I was just trying to get away from that house because I was terrified.
Sure. Something traumatic had happened in the house, but the accident, you just decided not to turn, or you were going too fast, or?
I was going too fast.
Okay.
And
because at first I wasn't speeding.
2 or 3 margaritas deep as well.
Were you calm while you were driving?
I can't recall.
Okay. When the police came and got you out the car,
Just seems a little off on this one.
Did you make some statements to the police?
Yes.
Okay. Did you tell them that you shot your husband?
Yes.
Did you tell them that the gun was in the car?
I can't recall.
Okay. Did you tell the police why you shot your husband?
Yes.
What did you tell the police?
He was choking me.
Did you ask him to look at your body for injuries?
Yes, I was trying to get them to see how he had his handprints on me and stuff.
And let me ask you, that night when you were arrested, where did you go after you were arrested?
I went to Musa House. 340 Sapphire Bean.
I asked that completely wrong. I'm talking about that night.
Okay.
After you were arrested, did you go straight to jail?
No.
Where did you go?
Grady Hospital.
Okay. And after you left Grady Hospital, did you go to jail?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember what your charges were?
Traffic violation, speeding,
DUI.
I can't recall.
Were you charged with murder that night?
No.
Okay. And were you able to bond out?
Yes.
When did you bond out?
Later on that night. I can't recall the time.
Okay. And after you bonded out, who bonded you out?
Moosey.
Okay. And after you bonded out, where did you go?
To Musa House.
Okay. And when you were at Moosey's house, did you take some pictures of your body?
Yes, Moosey did.
Okay. And could you look at what I've marked as, I believe, could you look at the back? I want to make sure. I think it's O and P. Is that correct?
Like Q and P.
Okay, P and Q. All right, thank you.
I'm willing to bet Moosey's in the courtroom. Well, no, she's a witness, huh? She would be.
Can you look at those photos?
Yes.
Okay, what are those photos of?
I had bruises on my arms.
Okay, are those photos of the bruises on your arms?
Yes.
And are those, what are you standing on?
A rug.
Thank you.
Like a Falcon rug?
Yes.
That at Lucy's house?
Yes.
Okay. And could you describe specifically the injuries and how many days after?
It was the next day.
Okay. And what is the injury to your right arm?
Grab marks when he was holding me, grabbing me so tight.
Okay, and what about the marks to your left arm?
Same way.
Okay.
He was grabbing, he had a hold on me.
Okay. Ms. Clark.
Do you want to admit P and Q?
Thank you. Thank you. Your Honor, and are those fair and accurate representations of the injuries as they appeared the next day after you bonded out?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this point, I would move to admit exhibits
Q and P, P and Q.
Q and P into evidence.
Yes.
Ms. Willingham, any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
They're admitted.
Okay. Let me ask you about the number of shots. Now, we've reviewed Discovery where there's a video that we hear 2 gunshots.
Mm-hmm.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is your testimony that you only remember shooting once or that you only shot once?
I can't recall. I just remember shooting once.
Okay. Did you love Roger Clark?
Yes, I did.
Did you want to shoot your husband that night?
No.
Miss Clark, why did you shoot Roderick Clark on December 21st, 2024?
I just felt like my life was in jeopardy.
So
I have no further questions. Oh, Your Honor, now may I go into the disputed evidence? Or do you want to hold off on it?
Let's hold off on it and see what happens with Cross. But can you tell me what video evidence would there have been that would show there were two shots?
There was ring camera from a neighbor.
From a neighbor.
The state provided it.
And it's audio, or you see two? I thought everything happened in.
It did. It's audio. You just hear.
You hear what sounds like two reports.
Two shots.
Yeah.
Yes, it sounds like two shots. And I'm not sitting here as an expert testifying it's two gunshots.
No, I just was wondering what the origin of two was, because you're saying there could have been two, and Ms. Clark is telling us what she remembers. But there's ring camera footage from a neighbor's house, but it's the audio from the neighbor's house where you hear what sounds like two reports.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Clark, I've got one question or one topic to explore before we see if Ms. Willingham has anything. You were here when Omaran Clark testified, and he said that he pretty much didn't interact with you, at least in 2024. Tried to steer clear of you. He'd interact with his dad when his dad needed him to help with things, but his goal was to not interact with you at all. And that's different from what you described early on when he was younger, 11, 12, and you first became a member of that household. Was there something that happened where you two went in different directions, or do you just have a different recollection of the relationship than Omaran Clark does?
Something happened in 2023.
Okay, there was some incident, and that's what led to you two being distant.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
May I follow up on that?
Sure.
What was, and I wasn't going to go there, but what was the incident that you were referring to?
So,
I'm going to stop you for a second. If this is in any way awkward for Omaran Clark, we don't need to go there. I just wanted to understand, there was, when I first moved in, I tried to treat him like a son or a stepson, like I treated my own kids, and it sounded like there were interactions that might be more typical in a household. Mr. Clark was very clear that by this time, he wanted nothing to do with Ms. Clark, and they don't disagree about that. And something happened in 2023. If you think it's relevant, we can go there. I don't think we need to go there. I don't want to pry in that way. I just wanted to confirm that they've viewed it the same way in 2024. Ms. Willingham.
Let's go back to the concert in March of 2024. You said that you called Lamont after the argument with Mr. Clark, correct?
Yes.
And you said you called him when you all were on your way home from the concert, correct?
Yes.
Can I see your the receipt or the hotel?
Let's get into the phone extraction. I want to hear some details.
You said you called on your way.
Just call or text. I can't remember, but I did contact him.
And the concert was when? Was it at night?
That Friday, yes.
It looks like, Your Honor, the state is looking at state's exhibit, at defense's exhibit M. Can you look at that and tell me what is the date that email and time that email was sent to you?
March 21st, that Thursday.
At what time?
11:21 a.m.
And this is an email confirming that you booked
Yes,
for Friday, correct?
yes.
So then would it be correct to say that you booked this hotel before the concert?
Yes, so I tried to cancel because I know it would be hard for me trying to get out the house because I never stayed out all night on my husband, never.
So
But you and Mr. Junius had planned to have a night together,
Yes.
independent of the concert went well or didn't go well.
Correct.
All right, that was already, I'm gonna call it on the books, a rendezvous. It just so happened that after you two made that plan for a rendezvous, there was a disagreement, argument, friction between you and Mr. Clark.
Yes.
Okay.
and I understand what you just testified to now. But earlier, did you not testify that you called and asked him about going to the hotel
Yes.
or meeting up?
Yes.
So you wouldn't have asked him at that point, correct? Because it was already planned.
It was planned, but at first, the second time we trying to cancel it because I know it would be kind of hard for me to get out the house.
Okay.
Because I never stayed out all night.
And you also talked about that there were times where you and Mr. Clark, you stated that it was mutual fighting. Can you
Yes.
tell me about some of those times where it was mutual?
Like mutual combat?
Like, if he started calling me B's or MFs, I just started throwing stuff at him.
Throwing stuff meaning verbally saying, well, you're this, or throwing stuff like I'm throwing a book or a frying pan at you?
It could be a book. It could be a can of starch. It was just something, I just didn't want to use my own hands.
So would you say then it was verbal on Mr. Clark's side, but it was physical on your end in those instances?
Yes.
And how often did that happen?
It didn't happen too much. If I didn't question him, we was fine. It was the best marriage. But anytime I questioned his authority, that's when the trouble came in.
And when you would question his authority, he would make verbal insults at you, but you would be physical and throw items at him, correct?
Oh, no, ma'am. He would start cussing me out, and I would try to leave or whatever.
I'm listening.
Okay, and I would try to leave, and he'll grab me, and I would tell him to take his fucking hands off of me.
Ooh.
And I'd swing on him. I would, because he had a hand on me.
So, and then you also testified just a few minutes ago that you would also throw things at him, but he would be verbal with you.
Not all the time, sometimes.
Okay, and then
I think we're missing some key details.
when you were talking about December 20th, the night this happened,
yes,
you stated that he started loosening up on you,
yes,
and you were able to get up.
Yes.
So the way you described him holding you down, his hands would have been around your neck and his knee would have been on your chest, correct?
Yes, his knee was in my upper part of my chest.
And so even if he loosened up on you, he still would have been on top of you, correct?
Yes.
So how were you able to get up? Because the way you described it was that you just got up.
No.
So how did you get up?
Loosen it up. And I just got up. And when I got up, I was trying to go out the door.
Let me stop you there.
Okay.
You're saying he loosened up.
Yes.
But he's still on top of you.
No.
So how did you get his body off of you? Because if all he did was loosen up,
was loosening up, so I was able to get up. Like if someone on you and they moving or whatever, I was able to just get out of it. Because I was hollering.
So did you push him off of you?
Yes. I was trying to push him out the way. I was trying to leave, ma'am. I wasn't trying to fight him. I was trying to leave.
Okay. And then prior to the night, December 20th, how often or when was the most recent incident? I know you told us about the Falcons game in Vegas. Actually, let's go there. The game in Vegas. Mm-hmm. You stated that he punched you in the stomach, correct?
Correct.
Why didn't you contact law enforcement in Vegas?
Because I didn't want my husband to get in trouble. Me and my husband love one another, so I didn't want him to get in trouble no matter what we was going through. I don't want to see him in jail.
And did you all ever get into any physical altercations around other people?
No.
And I know on December 20th, you testified that Omaran was home. Was he ever home during any other incidents?
He'll probably be in his bedroom, but he wasn't no witness to anything. It was like we was fighting in front of him, anything like that.
Well, if you're hollering and he's going to be hearing what's going on, he might not see it, but
okay.
I'm asking. I mean, you know that house, but if Mr. Clark was calling you some of these names and you're yelling at him, is the house such that Omaran Clark could hear that that's going on?
But what I'm saying is, he didn't come out his room to see what's going on.
Understood. My question is, do you think the way the house is set up and the fact that the walls are only like half walls, he would be able to hear when you all are, at least the verbal part of your disagreement?
Yes.
Okay.
And you testified that you only shot once, correct?
Yes.
When your attorney asked you about picking or about having the gun in your hand, you had previously testified that Mr. Clark put the gun, or that you put the gun down after you shot him, correct?
I think the gun, I can't recall. I don't know what happened to the gun, but I can't recall because something had happened.
So, but it was your, not talking about when you leave the house.
Mm-hmm.
It is your testimony that after you shot Mr. Clark,
mm-hmm.
when you got up, you put the gun down, correct?
I can't recall.
I don't believe that was testimony.
Well, what do you recall happening with the firearm after it went off the one time?
I think, I can't recall, Your Honor. I don't know, I dropped the gun or whatever. I can't recall. I really can't recall.
You said when you left the house, you had the gun with you. So I guess either you dropped it, put it down, and then picked it back up, or you never dropped it?
I was trying to get out the house.
I heard that part, but am I remembering correctly that you explained to me that when you got in the car, you did not have your phone, but you did have Mr. Clark's gun?
Correct.
Okay. Do you recall picking his gun back up, or does that mean it's possible that you actually had his gun in your hand from the time you shot him until the time you got in the car?
Correct.
That's possible?
Yes.
Okay.
Just 1 second. And earlier you testified that you were when the judge was questioning you about leaving, and were you being chased? And you stated that you were just on your way to your aunt's house, correct?
Yes.
But the police were chasing you, correct?
I noticed it because my mind was focused in the front part. I wasn't thinking what's going on behind me. I was just trying to get to my aunt's house.
When you pulled out of the driveway, were the police already, did you have to go around the police?
I think so. I really can't recall.
And if you were afraid at that point, why not stop there?
I was panicking. I was scared. I was scared for my life. Not because the police were right there. I was just trying to get away from the situation. I wasn't thinking about no police.
And was it normal for you to go to that gas station at night if you all had an altercation?
I would go, we did have an altercation because I like to play lotto.
I'm sorry, maybe I didn't phrase the question correct. Was it normal for you when you all had altercations? Was it normal for you to then leave the house and go to that gas station?
Yes.
So it sounds like you had a couple of destinations. You would go to your cousin's house sometimes to get away from the strife.
Yes.
Sometimes you just go to the convenience store.
Yes.
And you also testified about when you went to the hospital and you told them that you slammed the door on your finger. After that concert, you had been to a couple places where there were doors, correct?
Correct.
Just 1 second, Judge. You stated also that after he was shot, that he tried to grab you. What did he say?
He was saying, help me, but he was trying to grab me down or whatever. Like, he was trying to get me back on the ground.
And you testified earlier that you did want to help him, correct?
Yes.
And that's why you said you were trying to get into Omaran's room, correct?
Correct. I was trying to get Omaran call 911.
Do you recall shooting into Omaran's door?
No, I do not.
Whoa.
And then if you were trying to get Omaran to call 911, the lights and sirens that you saw when you ran outside didn't trigger you to think that help was there?
I didn't know they was at those.
You didn't know what?
I didn't know they was outside until I got outside, got in the car, seen the police then. But going to Omaran door, I didn't know no police and stuff had been called.
All right, I think your question may have been a little bit, I get that. You were indoors, you don't know the police are out there, but then you left the house.
Yes.
And the police were there. You
Yes.
just explained to me, you actually had to drive around them to get out. If you were hoping for help to arrive so you could be there and assist, why did you not engage with the police there to say, come on in, he's on the ground? And I mean, now you got police around you. Mr. Clark's not gonna be able to do anything to you.
I wasn't thinking, Your Honor. I just panicked. I was just afraid for my life. I'm just trying to go where I know I could get help at.
And that was going to your cousins?
Yes.
Okay.
And
the panic set in when the cops
that
showed
night,
up.
when you did encounter law enforcement, you encountered them because you had the car accident, correct?
Correct.
So the photos that you discussed with the bruising, how do you know that those bruises don't come from that car accident?
Because how they gonna come on both sides on my arms at the same location, whatever. No.
But you can't say for certain that they're not from the accident.
Yes, I
correct?
can. Because he had me. He was grabbing on me, ma'am. He had his hands in me. My husband had nails. He had nails. He was in me. He was grabbing me.
And I understand that. Were the photos taken before or after the car accident?
After.
Ms. Clark, the car accident we're talking about, sometimes a car comes to a stop because you hit a curb and you burst your tire. Really, the driver is okay. The car is not okay. Other times, as we know, tragically, it can be a car accident and the occupants die. I don't have a sense of how serious your collision was when you hit the wall or the gate or the railing, whatever you hit.
The gate.
Was this a situation where your car flipped over, it had to use jaws of life to get you out? Or did you walk out of the car and everything was
I
fine?
walked out the car.
You got yourself out of the car?
Yes.
You weren't pinned in the car?
No.
You didn't go through the windshield?
No, nothing like that.
Okay. Did the airbags deploy?
Boom.
Yes.
Boom.
So it was enough of an impact that the airbags deployed.
Yes.
But they didn't need to bring in all these medevac units to get you out of the car and fly you to the hospital.
Correct. I was able to walk. I walked on my own, everything.
Okay.
And what did the front of the car look like after the crash? Was it still intact? Was it smashed in?
It was just, I can't recall, ma'am.
Can't remember what the car looked like? Man, between this and the alcohol,
And
it's not looking good for her right now.
I think that's it, Judge.
All right. Mr. Shart, any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor, just a couple things. Going back to your finger. You didn't seek medical treatment right away after Roderick grabbed your finger, did you?
Correct.
Okay, and places that you went in between Roderick hurting your finger and going to seek medical treatment, did you ever slam your finger into any doors?
No.
Any sheets?
How'd your finger get hurt?
Roger tried to rip my finger off my hand, my ring finger.
Tried to rip the
And
finger
you lied
off?
to try to protect him.
Or
Yes.
You ripped the ring off the finger. Okay, I think she just misspoke that one.
Regarding the injuries that are documented on your arm. You have
Yes.
those pictures?
Yes.
In that car accident, did you get hit by anything in the car in those exact spots that
No.
would cause those injuries?
No.
Were you telling law enforcement to please document your injuries?
Yes.
And when you got injuries from what?
Roger would grab it on me, assaulting me.
And whenever you were able to bond out,
Yes.
did you make sure those injuries were documented?
Yes.
And who caused those injuries?
Roger Clark.
Okay, thank you.
Any recross?
I need to know a little bit
No?
more about
All right,
this.
Ms. Clark, you can leave all the papers there. If you'd
Pull
step
through the
down, you can
stepson's
return back to where you'd been sitting next to Mr. Shart. Mr. Shart, any other witnesses?
Noted.
All right. Ms. Willingham, Mr. Johnson, I think, is still in the breakout room. I can check. I sent him a little text when we took a break to say, don't panic, we haven't forgotten about you. Do you plan on calling any witnesses?
Yes, I plan to call Mr. Johnson and Investigator Cousins now.
Good, because she's been sitting here the whole time trying to hang on. I can call them in any order you want.
I'll go ahead and do Mr. Johnson first.
All right, let's see if we can find him.
He's on Zoom. He's not that far away.
Should I text him?
Yeah, I can't. He should be back, but he's not showing up. See if I do that. No, I don't know where he went. Oh, here he is. He's on. Deleting the room worked well. Mr. Johnson, if you are still near your phone or screen or wherever, if you could unmute and turn your camera on, please.
Paging Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson's like, you guys forgot me. This was hours ago. Hours ago.
All right, you got your audio on. Can you turn the video on?
Give me 1 second. I keep getting a spinny thing. I don't know what this is spinning. Hold on.
Okay.
One second. Trying to refresh it. I think it's working.
There you are. Yeah, you just appeared. Let me get you on the screen. There you are. All right.
Hi.
Very much appreciate your patience. You've been called as a witness by the state in this matter. Deputy Gordon, who needs to move over a little bit, there he is. He's going to swear you in. He's the bailiff in this courtroom. Once you're under oath, Ms. Willingham, the prosecutor, has some questions for you, and then we'll see if Ms. Clark has any questions for you, okay? Through her lawyer. All right.
You can raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, help you God?
Yes.
Below your hand, state and spell your name for the record.
Joseph Johnson.
And spell.
Ms. Willingham?
Judge, if it's all right, since he's on.
Yeah, let's get you there. You can see you more clearly that way.
Ooh,
perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you for your patience, Mr. Johnson. So how long have you known, or had you known Mr. Roderick Clark?
Since probably about 2014.
And how did you know him?
The neighbor across the street.
Okay. And you lived next door to him, or in that as a neighbor to him since 2014?
Correct.
Okay. And did you know Miss Tamaka Clark?
Yeah, I knew her as his wife. Yeah.
And did you see them together at all?
Often. Yeah. I mean, I work from home, and I have a really big bay window, so I could see pretty much everything. I'd take walks a couple times a day with the dog. So it was pretty much either every other day, every day occurrence. You'd see him leave for work or come back, but it was often.
And when you would see them, what did their interactions appear to be?
Usually, the most times it would be either after work. I think they would ride together to work or be picked up together. Usually it was them hopping out of the car, they'd be talking, or they would be, coming to the car to go to work, or they'd be leaving on the weekends to do something. I mean, sometimes I'd see ride in the yard, cutting the grass or working on the truck, or, his motorcycle, or, things of that nature.
And so they always appeared to be getting along?
Oh, no, usually, yeah. Occasionally you would see, a little bit of an argument here, or you'd see, you could see a disagreement of some sort, just looking over and seeing. You could easily tell that, like most married couples, you could see something happening, but it wasn't every day.
And were those disagreements always just verbal?
They were usually always verbal. There was only one time that it was more of a physical altercation.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was going to ask you to tell me about that time.
It was an incident. As I recall, I just got finished cutting my grass. I had borrowed Rod's lawnmower. I had an electric one, and I had a little bit of a mishap. I cut the cord, and I saw both of them by the pickup truck. As I recall, it was a Saturday, and Tamaka had Rod up against the truck, and she physically had him up against the truck.
Tamaka had Rod against the
And
truck?
did they appear to be playing, or did it appear, when you say she had him physically up against the truck, what do you mean by that?
There was some confrontation. There was an argument of some sort that had gotten more than just verbal.
And from what you could see, she was the one being physical with him, correct?
Correct. That's correct. I mean, Rod was very upset. I mean,
can you describe, Mr. Johnson, the relative size of the two people? I've met Miss Clark. She's been here in court. I've never met Mr. Clark. Was one person markedly larger, taller, heavier than the other? Are they similar?
Well, Tamaka was a little bit larger than Roderick. Roderick was kind of a smaller stature gentleman. I'm 5'9", and I was, I get he was a little bit shorter than me. But I mean, he definitely was of a smaller stature.
Okay. Changing things up a little bit.
And after you saw Tamaka being physical with Roderick, what did you see him do?
Well, at that point, they were just talking for a few moments after that, and I guess they moved whatever disagreement or conversation into the house. Tamaka walked in first, and Rod walked in after. At the same time, though, and that was it. I don't know how, what happened after that. I think I waited to return the lawnmower later, and I just put it around in front of Rod's old truck. He had it kind of sitting there between two tables and his old motorcycle, and I just got. No, okay, go ahead.
I'm sorry. I think you froze for like 2 seconds. What were you saying?
No, I had taken the lawnmower back, and I could hear arguing in the house. When you put the lawnmower in the little carport area, you kind of have the houses right there next to it. So I could still hear some arguing going on, but I don't know what it was about. I didn't really stay for more than a couple of seconds. I just kind of walked right back across the street.
And do you recall when that incident was?
It was within the last, well, not counting this year or last year, it was in the previous 2 years.
About how long would you say, how much time it passed between that incident and Roderick's death?
I would say it was in the same year.
Okay.
If I was cutting the grass or I was doing something that had to have been late part of August, maybe September, and it wasn't any later than October. But I definitely was using Rod's lawnmower on a regular, so it had to have been around that time.
Okay. And directing your attention to December 20th of 2024, were you at home that day?
Yes, I was at home.
And did you by chance see Roderick and Tamaka that day?
I did. I saw, as I recall, Rod was on the telephone. He was on the front yard. He had a kind of a small yard between the little curb, and there's a little fence right behind him. Maybe like a 6 or 8 foot, range. Wasn't really far. I'd waved over to him. I'd planned on going over and talking to him for a quick second, but he was on the phone. So I just kind of, stayed in the house for a couple of minutes. And that was the last time that I saw him.
Okay. And did you stay home the rest of that night?
As I recall, yeah. I was home that evening until, pretty much everything went down, yeah. I never left the house that evening, I don't recall.
And when you say when everything went down, what are you referring to?
It was nighttime, as I recall. I was downstairs, and again, my house has a lot of glass. A majority of the house downstairs is glass. So I was downstairs, I was watching TV or a movie or something, and I remember falling asleep to it. And the TV had gone off. Everything, was pitch black dark. And I was stumbled awake because my back porch, someone had ran behind my back porch and was banging on the windows. I didn't know, I didn't know what was going on. I was kind of freaking out. But I couldn't turn the lights on. I had to get up and walk all the way down and turn the lights on. So once I'd done that, I realized that it was Omaran, Rod's son, and he was banging like crazy. And then that's when told me what had happened. And opened up the door. I was like, "Hey, come on in." Paul, he was cut or bleeding or something. And he and I were standing talking. My downstairs area, it's really small, 700 square feet. And we walked up the windows out, and that's when I heard the police cars. Yes, and that was two of them. Saw Tamaka driving.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that last part? You saw Tamaka driving?
Yeah, she had hopped in the car and was driving away as the police officers were approaching.
Okay. But the police officers were approaching as you saw her driving away, correct?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Wow.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. Sharp, do you have questions for Mr. Johnson?
Just a few.
Okay.
Mr. Johnson.
Yes.
Good afternoon.
Hey, how are you?
Hey, I'm good.
Hey.
I hope you're good as well. Thank you for being here.
He is good.
Absolutely.
Can you slide a little bit that way so we can see you?
Oh,
That's
perfect.
Hey.
Yeah, I can see you perfectly
There
now.
you go.
Welcome.
So you observed the police arriving that night, correct?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. And when you're saying Tamaka drove by the police in the car, the police hadn't arrived by the time Tamaka had started driving, had they?
As I recall, yeah, they pulled up. They were right there. Yeah, like they were trying to stop her from physically driving. Like they had already pulled up.
She had escaped.
Did they? I guess what I'm asking is, did they pass each other on the road?
Well, she was driving away from them. Yeah. So, and directly in front of my house, my driveway is to the right-hand side. Rod's driveway is maybe, I would say, diagonally across, but it wasn't far. It was, pretty close. And she parked in the driveway, or he parked in the driveway. I don't know who parked in the driveway, but as she pulled out, the police were physically right there. They were already there. They were honking their horns. I think the lights were on, as I recall, And I just remember she took off, and then one of the police officers, I think, tried backing up abruptly. There was two of them there, as I recall, and took off after her.
Whoops.
Okay, right. But what I'm trying to clarify here, you're not saying that Tamaka was out of her car, going to her car, right? With police officers there trying to keep her there.
Don't speak over each other. Let Mr. Sharp finish the question, and then you'll get to explain.
You're not saying that she was like breaking through the police to get to her car, are you?
No, I'm not saying that.
Okay,
No.
so they, from your vantage point, Ms. Clark's first interaction, we'll call it an interaction with the police, she was already driving the car.
As I recall, yes, she was already backing out of the driveway as they were approaching, and the very first police car, as I recall, had to move out of the way. And when that police car moved out of the way, because it's a narrow street, she drove past that police car and then drove past another police car, which was behind that one. And at that point, the police car started to turn around and go after her.
So when you're saying she drove past a police car, they were traveling in different directions. Initially, when you said they drove past each other.
Well, yeah. She had just backed out of the driveway in the same, 3 seconds that a police car pulled up, and then the second police car was behind.
Gotcha.
We need Hot Wheels cars in demonstration.
you didn't observe, I know that you talked about something that you believe happened in summer of 2024. You didn't observe any interactions between Tamaka and Roderick on December 20th of 2024, did you?
That's a good question. As I recall, when I saw Rod for the last time, they had just pulled into the house. They had just drove in and parked. Rod had hopped out. He was on his phone, I just remember seeing Rod in the front yard. He was on his phone, and I think that they had just gotten home.
And what time would this have been?
It was the late afternoon.
If you remember.
Late afternoon, early evening. It wasn't, it was after 5.
Okay. Have you ever been inside their house?
Yeah.
How many times?
You didn't.
I don't know.
You didn't leave anybody there.
How often would you go inside their house?
Like blue.
That was very rare. It was the very first time, as I recall, that I went in was it was years prior, probably 2015 or 16 or 17. It was probably 15. I remember I had an issue with one of my cars, and Rod had offered to fix it. And as I recall, I knocked on the door. He was standing there like usual. He went in, grabbed something. I came in for a second. I was as soon as you walk in the front door for a moment, and then storage room. Came back out. But I'd gone over to the house probably. I can't tell you how many times I'd gone over. It's quite a few times, but I wasn't in the house on a regular.
Okay, you weren't in the house on a regular basis. Okay.
Correct.
And were you inside the house at all, the house being Roderick's house, on December 20th of 2024?
No.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Johnson, thank you so much for sticking with us. You are done. You're welcome to stay on the Zoom session if you want to, but you are also excused if you would like to go back to living your life.
Well, I appreciate it. Thank you for the opportunity.
You guys are the best.
I just go from there.
Okay, appreciate it.
Thank you.
He's like, good luck. Good luck. See you guys.
Ms. Willingham, next witness.
Investigator Cousins.
All right,
you will come to the witness stand, please.
Investigator Cousins.
The swear affirm that testimony you give the truth, the whole truth, nothing but true sex charge. Yes. Go ahead, see. Can you state your name, the word?
It's Investigator Tashika, Teshika, last name Cousin, Cousin.
Good afternoon, Investigator Cousins.
Good afternoon.
Where are you employed?
At the DeKalb County District Attorney's Office.
And how long have you been there?
Since March 9th of 2026.
And where were you employed before that?
College Park Police Department.
And how long were you there?
4.5 years.
What was your role there?
When I left there, I was a detective in the Criminal Investigation Division.
Okay. And what type of cases did you handle?
Pretty much everything. We didn't have a specific crime that we was assigned to. So sexual assaults, rapes, murders, ag assaults, theft of vehicles, theft articles, pretty much everything.
And was that your role in December of 2024?
Yes.
And how did you become involved in this case?
I was the on-call detective. When the call came out, I was contacted by my sergeant, Pograzelsi, who advised that we had a person shot and that I needed to go to the scene to investigate what took place.
Can you spell for the court reporter your sergeant's last name?
Thank you, Dad.
Your best.
Pogorelski.
Is that close?
I was going to say.
I got them. Like my help?
Yes.
According to the report, it's Pogorz.
Okay.
Elski.
Okay, I forgot the Z.
A-. Thank you.
Red, thanks for the pinned message.
I'm sorry. Can you repeat that last part one more time?
I was contacted by him to go out to the person shot call and investigate the incident that occurred.
And where was that incident at?
At 3467 Princeton Ave.
Is that in
Victoria Street? I'm sorry. It's been so long since I've looked at the case.
And what city is that in?
College Park.
Is that in Fulton County?
Yes.
And when you got there, what did you find?
When I got there, only person that was there was the responding officer, which was Officer Ellis. The victim was gone, and nobody else was there. No other EMS or anything else.
And did you walk through the home at all?
Before I did, I got a search warrant, and once I got the search warrant, me and the crime scene tech did go through the house.
And can you just humor me for a bit? Have you ever had chitterlings?
I have.
And do you know what they smell like?
Yes.
When you arrived at the home, could you smell chitlins?
No.
Do chitlins smell only when they're cooked, or do they smell before they're cooked and they're being prepared with scissors or whatever one does to prepare chitlins?
Both, because it depends on how they're cleaned. So if you don't clean them properly, then they're going to smell.
Okay.
If you clean them with, some people clean them with bleach, then you wouldn't smell them.
Okay. But there is an aroma or odor associated with uncooked chitlins.
Correct.
As well as cooked, and you smelled neither.
Correct.
You have to bleach your food?
And
it might
did
not
you
be
see
food.
any chitlins in the home at all?
No.
After you left the home, what did you do?
After I left the home, I went to the hospital to get an update on the victim. When I got to the hospital, they said that he was in surgery and he was unavailable to speak with me. Once I realized that he was unavailable, I did end up meeting up with his son, Omaran, who was still at the hospital as well.
And I'm sorry, let's go back to the home just a little bit. Did you say crime scene had already been there when you went?
Crime scene tech, she was waiting on me to obtain a search warrant before she made entry.
Okay. And once she obtained the search warrant, did you all go through the home?
She took pictures of the front of the location first, and then as we made entry, she took her pictures, and then we started going through and noticing different evidence.
And do you recall if any evidence was collected from the scene?
Yes.
Were there any shell casings collected?
Yes.
Do you know how many?
If I can recall, 2.
Were there any firearms collected from the scene?
Yes.
Okay, and let's go back to you spoke with the son. Do you recall his name?
Omaran Clark.
Okay, and
what firearms
did you
were they?
speak with anyone else?
After I spoke with Omaran Clark, I didn't speak with anybody else because I was still waiting on Mr. Roderick to get out of surgery.
Okay, and based on what you learned from Omaran, what did you decide to do?
After speaking with him, I basically did my protocol as far as doing the investigations and making sure all the evidence was collected. I then attempted to obtain information from Ms. Clark to reach out to her.
And when do you recall charging Ms. Clark?
I didn't charge Ms. Clark until after I was advised that Mr. Roger Clark had passed away.
And why didn't you charge her before that? Was there not a charge that you could have done?
It could have been aggravated assault, but in the process, I was doing my investigation. So I hadn't did anything except for the investigation portion.
And outside of Mr. Clark's passing, what other information made you determine you needed to go ahead and charge?
After speaking with Omaran, I took his statement in account, and then I reviewed all of the officers' body cameras on scene once they made contact with Ms. Clark.
And from that together, you were able to determine that you should charge Ms. Clark?
Yes.
And is there anything else you recall that you believe the judge should know?
I'm gonna object, babe.
Not at the moment.
We're giving that answer. I'll overrule you.
All right. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay.
Investigator cousin, or what's your title now?
Investigator
Oh,
cousin.
still investigator. Okay,
I
investigator.
was detective then, now I'm investigator.
Okay, gotcha. Max Shard, I represent Tamaka Clark, okay? All right, that night, crime scene tech Jolly, was it?
Yes.
Was waiting for you to arrive at the scene.
Yes.
Okay. You entered home?
We both did.
Fair to say that the home was very cluttered?
Yes.
It was not a pleasant place to be?
Yes.
Okay. Did you note certain rooms missing doors?
Yes.
Bathroom didn't even have a door to it?
Yes.
It was had some sort of tarp or curtain, is that
Yes.
correct? Okay. How long total were you in the house?
We was in there for a couple hours because Jolly had crime scene Jolly Tech had to take pictures of majority of all the rooms, of all the evidence that was there. We went through to make sure we wasn't missing anything. So we was probably there for maybe, I'm gonna say anywhere from 4 to 5 hours.
Did you have the body cameras on the whole time?
Yes.
So it would be the length that you were there would be all be captured on body cam?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Have you reviewed your body camera recently to see how long?
No, sir. I don't have access to it.
Okay. You said that
We need that video.
there was a firearm collected
Yes.
from the house.
Yes.
Okay. What type of firearm?
It was a 357. There were actually two.
That's the
There was
caliber
one that was on the
type.
bed, and then there was one that the officers collected from Mrs. Clark that they brought back.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
From the car.
Yes.
Okay. You weren't involved in that collection.
No.
Okay. I want to talk about the one that was in the house.
Okay.
They were both 350. Well, both guns were 357s. Right?
Yes.
All right. Let's talk about the 357 that was in the house.
Okay.
Okay. Where was it located?
On the bed.
Okay. And did it have a serial number?
Yes.
And I don't need to know the serial number right now. I don't expect you to remember it. But did you ever use that serial number to determine who was the purchaser and or owner of that gun?
I do recall sending it off, but I don't know if I got the results back from ATF.
About like a gun trace?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And how about the 357 that was located in a car? Did you ever determine who the purchaser owner of that gun is?
I honestly can't even say I remember. I got, like I said, it was sent off as well.
Speculate.
Okay.
So it just if you know, you know. If you don't, you don't.
I don't recall at the moment.
The shell casings collected at the scene. Were there any projectiles collected at the scene?
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
Were there any projectiles collected at the scene?
There was one, and it was located in the bedroom.
And would you agree that there was also a hole in the wall going through the bedroom wall?
Yes.
As an investigator, that would indicate to you that the shot was not in the bedroom.
I have no idea what you mean. Say it.
Okay.
It sounds like a bullet went through the wall of the bedroom and ended up in the bedroom.
I don't think, from when we was looking at it, the shell casing, the projectile was found behind the bed as if it had ricocheted off the wall.
Okay.
So I don't know exactly. We didn't see any holes like it was coming from the living room area.
The whole, okay, and maybe Mr. Shart has some photos here, but what you're saying is where the projectile was found and where shell casings were found don't lead you to think that there was a shot fired from outside the bedroom through the bedroom wall into the bedroom.
Correct.
Okay. So the hole in the wall suggested that then there was a shot fired from in the bedroom?
Yes.
Through the bedroom wall to wherever that projectile went?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm going to need a picture. And this episode is never going to happen, Mary. Never, 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 never. Yeah, nope.
Do you have any indication of whether that projectile was from an incident that occurred on December 20th of 2024, or if it wasn't?
I don't.
And where was it located?
Behind the bed.
Behind the bed. Did you have to move the bed to see it?
No. The way that the bed was set up when we went in, we looked, like I said, we looked around the room. And as she was taking pictures, we noticed it on the floor behind the bed. Like, because when you walk into the room, the bed was like right here. So it was literally right behind the bed.
Was there various debris along with that projectile behind the bed?
I honestly cannot say if I remember or not.
Okay. And when we're saying projectile, you're not talking about a cartridge, an unspent bullet. And it's not a shell casing, it's the bullet part.
Like the shark,
Yeah.
yes.
Okay.
I don't, I'm not going to attempt to admit this photograph, but I would ask if I could, would seeing a photograph of this area refresh your recollection about?
Yeah. Like I said, I haven't seen anything.
In that photo, is that the area where the projectile was found?
So it was found to the right of where that number 3 is, because number 3 is the phone itself, but it was found to the right of that.
Okay, and that's behind the bed?
Yes.
Are there various objects behind the bed?
Yes.
Okay. Was there some sort of medicine bottle with some sort of blue syrup or something behind the bed?
Yes.
Okay. And all those things were found in the same area as projectile?
Yes.
All right. And do you have any way to say whether that projectile was related to this incident or not?
No.
Okay. And did you ever find any of Mr. Clark's DNA on that projectile or anything like that?
We didn't even have it tested.
Okay. And there were 2 shell casings that were collected. Are you aware of what caliber those shell casings are?
I can't say that I remember.
Okay. Do you have any indication whether those shell casings, one of the shell casings was found in the porch, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and it was underneath various.
It wasn't underneath anything. It was laying. Like soon as you come up on the porch, you could see the actual showcasing.
Was it surrounded by different boxes and things like that were on the porch? Okay. Do you have any way to say when that showcasing was ejected from a gun?
No, sir.
Okay. Could have been December 20th, 2024? Could have been?
It could have.
Could have been previous to that?
It could have.
Okay. Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
All right. Any redirect?
It's nothing, Your Honor.
Investigator Cousin, thank you for your time.
What?
Appreciate it. Ms. Willingham, anything else?
Nothing further.
All right. Any rebuttal?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, then the record is closed. Do you all want to make some argument? And if so, do you want to take a quick break before we do that? We've been going another couple hours, but I'm good either way. I can't speak for Ms. Rivers, but she'll interject if she needs a break. As in you're ready or you don't have anything you want to say?
Oh, no, I have a few things I want to say.
Okay. Ms. Rivers, you okay if we go straight into argument or do you want to take a quick break?
I'm ready.
That's what matters. So, Mr. Shart, when you're ready.
Famous word for a defense attorney. I'm going to try to be brief.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to pull up. All right. Okay, so, Your Honor, we have brought this immunity motion, obviously, under 16.324(2). 16.324 is self-defense. I think we all know what is required, needs to be reasonable. Apprehension, there needs to be apprehension of serious bodily injury, prevention of a forcible felony, or apprehension of death. And the burden is us on the defense in this immunity motion to make our case by preponderance of the evidence. What we have here, and we have never attempted to portray this as exceptionally one-sided as far as the history of Mr. Clark and Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark has come to court today, acknowledged that, well, she said she loved her husband. There were good times in the marriage, but there were times of domestic violence. She didn't get up here and try to tell you that it's happened every day or even every week. She didn't try to tell you that Roderick Clark didn't have his good qualities as well as his challenges. She didn't try to tell you that she was completely blameless in the problems in their marriage. She acknowledged as the relationship worsened, turned into alcohol, becoming an alcoholic. She acknowledged there were times where Mr. Clark would call her names and say nasty things to her, and she would lash out. She would throw things at him. She acknowledged her own infidelity as her marriage became more and more challenging.
But not to him. She didn't acknowledge to him. She lied to him.
She acknowledged being at odds with Omaran as Omaran grew older. She's acknowledged all these things. But what she did also tell us is there were times leading up to December 20th of 2024 where Mr. Clark was particularly violent with her. We have a picture of her with a swollen face. We have the testimony of when Mr. Clark realized, probably something he already suspected if he's checking her phone, but realized and got proof that she was being unfaithful. And she told us how he reacted. How he left visible injuries on her face and how she called into MARTA the next day. She told us about meeting up with Lamont at the Marriott Marquis. And we went through the receipt and the fact that they met up there and about returning home and how this was the first time because Mr. Clark had been controlling. And this has been the first time in her, what now had become a violent, unhappy marriage, that she had spent the night somewhere else, and about how he reacted when he came home. And Your Honor, this is stuff that we see often, and this is the type of thing where the state presents expert witness all the time about this stuff. We have medical records of Ms. Clark not calling the police that night, not trying to get the man that she loves in trouble, trying to stick it out, but of her going a couple weeks later when the pain doesn't subside, where she thinks that Mr. Clark, and think about what he was doing, ripping off her wedding ring, and about how she became concerned that this was a fracture, and about what the nurses asked her and the doctors asked her, and how she says, "Oh, I slammed my hand in the bathroom door." Something that we know is impossible. But why did she say that? Because that's what women in Ms. Clark's situation often do, and we know that from our experience. And she continued to try to work things out in the relationship, and eventually she dropped her relationship with Lamont. But we also heard about some of the challenges that Mr. Clark was facing. No one's trying to say bad things about Mr. Clark or embarrass Mr. Clark, but he had some things going on, the house, the finances, the ED, where he's struggling with things, and Ms. Clark testified about the effect those things had on him and how he became more and more controlling and more angry. And he was a drinker too. So there was a series of back and forth between these two individuals. And Mr. Johnson, he testified that one time he saw them outside, and from his perception, Ms. Clark may have been a little more aggressive towards Mr. Clark. And that's fine. And that very well may have been the case that day. But what we have to consider is what happened within those walls on Victoria Street on December 20th, 2024. Omaran was in the house. He heard the arguing. He doesn't like my client. I mean, that's clear, and I'm sure he misses his father. And this is tragic for Omaran. But he was in the house that day. He did not see what happened. But he did hear things. And he heard Miss Clark, he heard his father yelling out for help, and Miss Clark saying, You need to get off me if you want me to help. Well, why is Mr. Clark on Mrs. Clark? Why is he on top of her? We have Ms. Clark's testimony about how she was preparing food. I don't think the answer to this case is whether someone smelled chitlins or how well Ms. Clark cleaned the chitlins or anything else. There's nothing that's added to this case by Ms. Clark bringing up chitlins other than the fact that she was cleaning chitlins in the kitchen. We have Mr. Clark in a manner that was consistent with his insecurities at that time, beginning to challenge Miss Clark about what she's doing in the bedroom. in the kitchen. Both are drinking. And, Miss Clark may have got a little sassy with him, may not have. I don't know. But he became more and more upset, and he came out again and challenged her again. She turns up the radio, and they're going back and forth. But at some point, she knows at that point she's not cheating, and she wants to just end this nonsense going back and forth. She goes into the bedroom, and we heard about him grabbing her and confronting her and sticking his finger right in her nose. And Miss Clark acknowledged, yeah, I grabbed the glasses off his face and I threw them or placed them. She can't quite remember, but she didn't need to acknowledge that. She could have left that out. But that's what happened. And we heard about Miss Clark deciding she's going to go to the store, to Chevron, so she can play lotto. And she grabs her gun. Her gun. Not the gun that was used in this case. And she's trying to walk out the room, and she can't get by Mr. Clark, who grabs her, who throws her on the ground, who grabs her by the arms, squeezes tight, and throws her on the ground, puts his knee at her upper chest, and has her down there for some amount of time. Miss Clark remembers it's 4 minutes. I would submit to you it probably wasn't 4 minutes, but it probably seemed like 40 minutes to Miss Clark. Miss Clark had already put the gun on the bed. Miss Clark was candid. She wanted to get the gun at that point. She fears for her life at that point. She's being choked out. She fears for her life. She would love to get that gun at that point, but she's unable to get it. And I didn't really see the controversy over Miss Clark saying she got up. She said, Mr. Clark let her up. I think when we're saying he let her loose, it's pretty clear that he didn't just let her loose with the two arms. He also lifted his knee off of her chest. And she was able to get up. So what does she do? Does she grab the gun at that point and shoot? No, she doesn't want to shoot Mr. Clark. She wants to get out of there. She's trying to avoid danger. So she runs past her own gun into the living room, trying to get to the front door. And she trips and falls, and Mr. Clark shows up with his firearm, which he keeps usually on the table or in the bed, according to Miss Clark, in the same bedroom. So Mr. Clark proceeds to put the gun down and grab Miss Clark and shake her and confront her and grab on her after just throwing her down on the ground and putting his knee inches from her throat and causing her to struggle to breathe, causing her to fear for her life. Miss Clark is able to break free and get to the nearest gun possible, which is the one that Mr. Clark introduced into the living room. She grabs a gun. What does she do? Does she fire at Mr. Clark at her earliest opportunity? No. She says, Roderick, leave me alone. Let me go. Let me be. And Roderick keeps coming after her, and goes and grabs her arms again and is squeezing and is manhandling her once again. Only minutes after having his knee on her upper chest. Ms. Clark doesn't deny shooting Mr. Clark. She didn't, and her testimony was that she never pointed the gun at Mr. Clark in all the lead up. But when Mr. Clark continues to grab her and is irate and will not leave her alone, she shoots. She remembers shooting once. She doesn't deny hitting Mr. Clark. She never denied that. She told the police that at the scene, or at the scene of the crash. Her testimony is that Mr. Clark did not fall from the gunshot. There was no blood from the gunshot. We didn't hear anything about blood from the detective, about a bunch of blood on the scene. And Mr. Clark continues to come at, and mind you, Your Honor, we also heard that Ms. Clark was not initially charged with murder, indicating that there was a delayed death. Mr. Clark was continued to come at her, grabbed her hands once again, and threw her down to the ground once again, this time putting his upper arm on her neck. And that's where he realizes, I think reality's starting to set in. He's realizing he's been shot. She's at this time learning that he's been shot, and he's simultaneously holding her down and asking for help. And eventually, I don't know, none of us really know if he let her up or he just became weaker, but Miss Clark was able to free herself, was looking for her phone. There's been no evidence that her phone was found in the car. There's no evidence that she was arrested with her phone. She testified that she did not have her phone. And she runs out, well, she tries to get her.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but the phone that the state ended up getting its hands on and has been extracted, what's your understanding of where that was found?
The residence.
In the house?
Yeah.
Okay.
According to the discovery.
That's what you got to go on.
Yeah. And she testifies that she's trying to get Omaran's attention to call 911 because she does want to get Mr. Clark help. Omaran corroborates that. Omaran's corroborated a couple of things. First of all, that Mr. Clark was on Miss Clark, telling her to get him help, and she was saying, please get off of me. And he also corroborated that he heard knocking or banging or whatever it is on the door, which corroborates that she was trying to get Omaran to get help. She's unsuccessful and she's panicking. She hops in the car. She takes off. She has not denied that. We don't deny that the police were arriving at the time. We're just pointing out that that is a very difficult situation for Miss Clark to be in. We'll also point out that she acknowledged that she was drinking that night. And there was a lot going on, and she probably, if she had her phone and called me at that moment, I would say stay at the scene. That's not what she did, but that doesn't make her guilty. That doesn't mean she wasn't defending herself. She flees the scene. She ends up crashing the car. The police come to get her out of the car, and she's immediately acknowledging. And I should say one other thing. There's a pattern here also, Your Honor. She clearly depends a lot on her auntie, Miss Pittman, and Moosey. That's where she goes. That's her safe place. That's the person who tells her what the smart thing to do is. The right thing to do. That's who gives her guidance. And that's who she's speeding to. She's not fleeing anyone. She's speeding to her safe haven so they can help her understand what to do next. And she didn't get there. But when the police arrive at the scene where the car crash is, they get her out the car, and she's immediately acknowledging she shot her husband. She's not hiding that. She's acknowledging, well, she didn't remember. She acknowledged she had a gun, but they find the gun in the car. She doesn't hide it. And she's saying he was choking me. And she's encouraging them to look at her body for injuries. I don't know, and this is kind of the scary thing about criminal defense. If she was charged with murder that day, she would have been in jail for, I don't know, a month, maybe seen a public defender at one point. Maybe they would have called me at one point. I would have been trying to figure out how the heck do I get into jail to photograph injuries, etc. But thankfully, that didn't happen in this case. She bonds out. Someone decides, hey, maybe we should take pictures of these injuries. These injuries aren't from a car crash. They're not consistent with a car crash. They're consistent with someone grabbing you and holding you down. No, we don't see any choke marks, but I don't think Miss Clark was ever claiming that he was clawing at her neck. But, you know, the funny thing about forearms to that area of the body and knees to that area of the body, those are the things that don't leave marks, but can do a lot of damage. And that's what the testimony is. But those injuries are from Mr. Clark forcibly grabbing her that night, throwing her to the ground. And certainly when someone is on top of you, holding you down with your forearm on your neck or your knee on your neck, that's an aggravated battery. That's charged all the time in Fulton County. Strangulation, charged all the time. And I don't know what position Ms. Clark, forget about the need to protect her life, which I think we are there for that, or the need to protect against serious bodily injury, which I think we're there for that, or to prevent a forcible felony. What could put someone on notice that someone's about to commit a forcible felony on me more than them actually having committed a forcible felony on me a minute before, and they're still coming at me and they're still enraged with me? So, Your Honor, I believe that the testimony of what happened in that room, what happened in that house, I should say, is uncontroverted. If anything, it's corroborated by Omaran Clark's testimony. And we have met our burden of showing that Miss Clark, in shooting Roderick Clark one time, not in the head, not a contact wound to the head, nothing like that, in the stomach.
Is that what the medical records show? We've heard about a second shot, but Mr. Clark had one injury, one defect.
One time in the stomach, and he died 3 days later.
Okay.
That is consistent with self-defense, and certainly from the uncontroverted and corroborated testimony of Ms. Clark. Our stance is we have met our burden of proving that she was justified acting in self-defense to prevent death, serious bodily injury, and or the commission of a forcible felony when she was forced to pull the trigger and shot Mr. Clark in the stomach on December 21st of 2024. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Willingham, I would like to hear from you. As always, if you could address as part of your comments, one of the last points that Mr. Sharp made, which is taking Ms. Clark's testimony as persuasive evidence. And I appreciate one of the things you're going to say is the only thing we ever heard is the person who did the shooting's version of events as to what happened. I mean, Mr. Omaran Clark said, I heard some stuff, but he didn't give us more than that. But if I credit the testimony that I basically just gotten this guy off me from the midst of, we'll call it an aggravated assault. Strangulation, not strangulation, certainly a real upsetting situation. And then he was trying to do it again after he brought a gun into the situation. Doesn't that get Ms. Clark into the space of defending against another forcible felony maybe not fear of death, but serious bodily injury. We seem to be in that space. Again, assuming, and you can pick at it all you want, and I want to hear it, her version of events. We don't have another version of events for those few minutes when it was Clark versus Clark. We don't have Mr. Johnson saying she had him up against the car, or I heard this or that. We're reliant on what Ms. Clark said was happening during those fateful final moments. Does that make sense, my question?
Yes.
Okay.
And I was gonna say that I'll start out addressing that, but I think I want to start a different way.
Okay, as long as you get there, you go in the order you want.
The first person to introduce a firearm on December 20th was Ms. Clark. And Ms. Clark would have you believe that Mr. Clark got up, walked past her firearm that would have been sitting on the bed. Her firearm that she said herself, she sat on the bed in the midst of their argument to go then and get his firearm just to then follow her and go and attack her again. But then she said that he put the firearm down. So, Your Honor, the state's contention would be that Ms. Clark's use of force in this case was excessive. We heard Ms. Clark talk about what Mr. Clark did to her. But as Your Honor said, the only version that we have heard is Ms. Clark's version. What we do not get to hear is Mr. Clark's version. What we do know is that Omaran also testified that there were 2 shots. Ms. Clark has testified that there was 1. But Omaran testified he heard 2 shots. And the investigation would show that there were 2 shots. There was a shot through Omaran's door.
Well, that's not evidence.
Someone mentioned something about it during testimony. I'm not saying they said it conclusively. I know the bulk of the testimony that I'm recalling was about a bullet hole in the bedroom wall, which I assume to mean the bedroom of Mr. and Ms. Clark and not Omaran. That's the exchange I had with investigator Cousin. Did it seem like the shot came from the inside or the outside? She said, inside, probably, couldn't tell, and the projectile was in an odd space given what we've heard. But there was some reference to a shot going through, but it may have been a question you asked and someone, I don't remember. What do you remember about during these proceedings, something about a bullet hole in Omaran's door?
Judge, I actually thought I remembered that when Omaran was up on direct, although Mr. Sharp was asking him specifically about the banging, that Omaran went into that he thought it was a gunshot. Mr. Sharp clarified that he would not have necessarily known that it was banging.
Okay.
Or that it was just banging that is what I have in my notes. So if I have that incorrect, then.
Okay, I'm curious, and I'll give this non-evidence the weight it should. Ultimately, with the crime scene tech there and everyone, did they find a bullet hole, a defect in Omaran's door?
Omaran's door was shot through at the doorknob.
Okay.
Which would go to Ms. Clark stating that she was trying to get into his room. And I understand her testimony was that she was trying to get into his room so that she could call 911. The state is not here to dispute that. That is Ms. Clark's version of the events. However, Your Honor, there were 2 shots and Ms. Clark picked up the firearm after she had gotten away from Mr. Clark. She was by the door at this point and could have gone out of the door because her testimony herself was that they had made it up by the front door of the home. And when he put the gun down, she said she grabbed it and he grabbed her again and she shot him. She did not say that he threw her back down. She said that he grabbed her. just as she testified earlier about her being the aggressor in prior incidents, we can't say that her version of events is exactly what happened. Unfortunately, again, Mr. Clark is not here to give his version. So the state would still argue that Ms. Clark's use of force in this case was excessive. And further, Ms. Clark testified that she was trying to go to Omaran's room for help. Law enforcement was right outside when Ms. Clark went out. They have blue and red lights. She would have had to drive around them, as heard by both Mr. Johnson as well as, I believe when I was asking her, she acknowledged that she drove around them. She maybe didn't pay attention to them, she said, but she drove around them. Your Honor, the state would argue that Ms. Clark's use of force in this case was excessive and that there was no deadly force being used against her at the time that she picked up the firearm, I should say, and shot at Mr. Clark.
What would have been the amount of force she was justified to use? Because you're using excessive force, not that she wasn't justified, but that she brought a gun to a knife fight or a hammer to a fist fight or something. And I'm trying to follow that because that's saying that, well, actually she was justified to use some force to defend herself or to prevent the commission of a forcible felony, except that would mean she could use deadly force. So she could defend herself in some way to repel a non-deadly threat, seems to be where you are.
Ms. Clark has testified that she has used force before. Mr. Johnson testified that Ms. Clark has used force before. In fact, she's grabbed the defendant, and Mr. Johnson testified that she's grabbed the victim, Mr. Clark, and Mr. Johnson testified that Mr. Clark is smaller than Ms. Clark, and she's grabbed him, pushed him up against his car. And Ms. Clark has also testified that she at times would throw items at him. She would hit Mr. Clark. So there was force that she could have used. She could have hit him back like she's done in the past. And in the past, it wasn't hitting him back. She's acknowledged herself that in many of those incidents, he was being verbal with her and she was the physical aggressor. And that begs to question whether or not Ms. Clark was the initial physical aggressor or the predominant physical aggressor in this case. And no one was in that room except for Mr. Clark and Ms. Clark. Omaran heard his father yell to call for help. And Ms. Clark did not do that. She did not stop law enforcement when she got outside to try and talk to them or get help. She left. And the state would argue, Your Honor, that this is excessive force and does not rise to self-defense to the level that it should be immunity.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Sharp, do you have anything in rebuttal that you would like to share?
Briefly, I just don't. Two things. I have two orders of business. First of all, Your Honor, I would just like to respond by saying I don't believe under any circumstances that Georgia law would require a woman who has just had a knee on her upper chest and held. And I think we all would agree that if a knee is on the upper chest and she's being held down, if she was able to get a hold of that handgun, which we haven't even heard whether it was loaded or not, which may be why Mr. Clark chose to get his own handgun from feet away. But if she was able to get that gun and shoot Mr. Clark with Mr. Clark knee on, that would clearly be self-defense. I think we could all agree. So I'm just having a tough time agreeing that.
You're not agreeing.
I'm not agreeing at all that a minute later, when the same person who was just on top of you, threatening you with serious bodily injury at the very minimum and committing a forcible felony on you at the very minimum, when he starts to grab you again, after he's brought a gone into the situation that you can't use deadly force and you have to wait till you're on the ground and a knee is on your neck again. I just don't think that's what the law requires. So that's that, Your Honor. Also,
that was number one. You said you had two. That was number one. Okay.
and the other thing is, I think to perfect the record, I need to proffer what was not admitted into court today.
What's the topic?
The incident that I didn't get into, that my client knew about.
Oh, why?
Why do I need to proffer it?
Yeah.
Just to create a record.
How does your client know about it?
She attended. Miss Culverson was Omaran's mother's name.
Right.
And she passed, and then Miss Clark moved in, and she started attending court dates for the pending
Mr.
case.
Clark had
a
criminal case in which Ms. Culverson was the victim.
Right, and it was eventually dismissed
because she died.
Because there was no witness.
Right.
But
she died not because of the incident?
She did not die because of the incident.
Okay.
But Ms. Clark was attending court with Mr. She was aware that this was going on.
That these allegations were brought?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I don't think you need to get into it based on what we heard today.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you.
You bet. That was number two?
That was number two.
Okay.
Well. We have a poll up right now.
All right. So as I mentioned at the outset, I am taking this under advisement. Lots of pages of notes. This has been very helpful in terms of getting a better understanding from some different perspectives, what happened on that unfortunate day in late 2024. I have copies of most of the exhibits. The originals are strewn about on the witness stand. Mr. Shart, actually, you can leave them with me and I'll get them to Ms. Rivers. So if you could just get them in order, alphabetical order.
And I can, if Your Honor would, if Ms. Rivers would prefer, I can make a flash drive or digital copies. I don't know if that's her preference.
Ms. Rivers, would you prefer Mr. Shart to get you, I think we got to the letter Q minus J. So A through Q minus J. I don't know that we had some of the letters in between, but anyway, those exhibits digitized and either emailed to you if it's a small enough file or a thumb drive. Is that better, or do you want to work with these originals?
The email will be fine and the thumb drive will be fine as well, whichever one is easiest.
Okay, assignment. Digitize and then make sure you share with Ms. Willingham so she can agree, yep, that's what was admitted. And then whatever route is easier for you technically, get those to Ms. Rivers. So you can just collect from the podium, the witness stand, the exhibits that you tendered. I may, because we're fast approaching the trial date, get you all an email saying, here's my ruling, but it's not the final order. Final order is the wrong word, but the order that I'd be entering so that you know, oh, well, we know what's coming up on the 28th and more importantly, the 1st. But I do owe you an order that gets put in the docket in case that's something people need to appeal.
Oh, that's right. We have trial counting on the 28th.
We do. I think you're gone for another week. You've got leave-in for that. And so you weren't expected to be here for the call of the calendar, but we all know a bunch about this case now. But it was a case that I shared with both sides, was very reachable. June 1 is when the calendar actually starts. Bring in jurors, pick a jury. The 28th is when we call the calendar, which is why I wanted to see if we could get to this. And we did, and thank you for that. I will let you know my ruling so that you know, well, there's no trial, there may be an appeal, or there is a trial. because it's a case we'd probably try to do on the 1st. But if I sort out my ruling sooner than what the order would be, I'll let you know that for planning purposes, and then I will backfill it with the actual order, and that would be the date of the order in case anyone needs to do any appealing of the order. Does that make sense? I'm not trying to be cryptic. I just want you to know sooner so you can plan for the trial or not plan for the trial.
Your Honor, the only thing, and I know I've expressed this to Mr. Sharp, there were some things that as we were preparing for the motion, that the ballistics were not done. We would like them, but they were not done. And then Mr. Clark, medical records, the medical records will have likely by Tuesday.
I can help expedite the medical records. I'm not so good at expediting ballistics. The ballistics would be, in theory, they would be the 2 shell casings that were recovered were fired from the Glock 33 that was recovered from the car that Miss Clark drove into the gate. Or is there, and the projectile, was there a projectile retrieved from, but there's no dispute.
It's confirming which firearm
Which of the 2? The Glock found on the bed or the Glock found in the car?
We finally hear the make of the
Do you
gun.
have reason to believe that it was something other than the Glock found in the car? I don't want you to tip your hand, revolver. But, I mean, other than the slide is back on it. I mean, the gun found on the bed.
If we had that, I think if we got that information, it would open the door to more conversation, if anything.
Okay.
Because I do think it makes a difference, especially given Ms. Clark's testimony. I think it makes a difference as to that information.
Okay. So that's your way of saying if this motion is denied, could we not have to go to trial on June 1?
In short, yes, Judge.
Okay. I'll keep that in mind.
They're going to give a plea.
All right. That's good to know. Mr. Sharp, anything else from the defense side?
No.
Okay. I'm not quite sure who all is here, but the way people are seated, you don't need to introduce folks. I'm just going to ask anyone that you or Ms. Clark asked to be here to stay put while everyone else has an opportunity to leave. And Deputy Gordon will let the folks know who are here on behalf of Ms. Clark when they can leave the courtroom. I just want to keep it simple and let some folks go on their way, whether it's going back to the DA's office or getting out of the building, and then the other people can go. Okay, so if there's nothing else, we'll go off the record. And those of you who are here on behalf of Ms. Clark, please sit tight till Deputy Gordon says it's okay to go.
Your Honor, may I approach?
About something different?
Yes.
Sure, hold on one second.
May my paralegal approach as well?
Yes, but let me just let Ms. Rivers go. Thank you, Ms. Rivers.
Okay, Judge, have a good evening.
You too.
And they're off the record and they're done. What a hearing. What a great hearing. We've got a poll we're going to wrap up right now. Should this case go to trial? Yes, jury needs to hear this is 62%. I just want to see the evidence is 24%. And no, this was self-defense, 14%. I do believe that the way the defendant worded the situation at the time when she fired is critical, because as terrible as domestic violence is, and I'm not saying it did or didn't happen, I don't know, right? As terrible as it is, the way that laws in almost every state that I'm aware of are fashioned when it comes to using lethal self-defense, there has to be an active threat. A reasonable person would have to perceive that as an active threat. And he was grabbing my arm, might not get there. But it's a possibility. We'll see what the judge decides on that one. What a hearing. We heard all the, how many of you guys got bingo during this hearing? We heard about extraterrestrials, or ED, right? Or ET, excuse me. ET, we heard about ET. We had blue underwear. We have an affair, but only 3 times. Lots of fun stuff. I'll show you what the thumbnail looks like. I've actually updated the thumbnail so that you guys can see it afterwards. If you're on the replay and you go to get this, you'll see this one. Hang on, downloads this one. I'll put it in place of my pizza picture. Here we go, MP2. There's our thumbnail for this one, which pretty much sums it up. Tamaka Clark. We've got the casino. We've got the margaritas. We have the little blue footballs. We've got the blue underwear. And chitlins, I guess. Chitlins. This is the chitlins trial. And the best part about this whole thing, Red, is that you happen to catch the clock when it said 1, 2, 3, 4, which is just perfect. I love it. I love it. Thank you for your work on that one. I also have to. I've got something completely unrelated. But the 1, 2, 3, 4 reminded me. We recently sold our car, the one we bought when we moved to the state, like the day we flew in. We sold it, and the gentleman that bought it was super thrilled with it. He loved it. We gave him a really good deal. He paid us in $20 bills. And when you're selling a car that's worth thousands of dollars, and you get paid in $20 bills, that's a lot of $20 bills. So he had probably just gone to the bank, and because some of the bills were very flat, like they had just come out of a banded bundle, not brand new. None of them were like brand new, but they were very flat. And in my review of said dollars, I found 2 of them that were of interest. Let me see if I can show you these. Let's go right here and push this button so you can focus. They're just regular 20. Well, that makes it harder when it turns green on you. But let's see if this will show up. Does it? The serial numbers on these ones, like the serial numbers right here. This one is PL 3055550D. Cool. I thought I've never seen so many 5s in a row. So I set it aside. And then this one, the serial number on this one is PF75007777G. Also 5 7s. And it ends with 4 7s in a row. I did a little Google thing because I'm always looking for a bill that says 8675309, right? I'm looking for that serial number. I just the odds of me finding it are very low, but I always look, right? Apparently this is a thing that people collect these bills that have numbers, repeating numbers and things like that. And the 7s, I guess, are particularly interesting. So I bought these from Mrs. R.A. because she had, the money to go to the bank to buy the new car. So I had to buy these from her. Why is that a funny color? Oh, that's the courthouse. And when I throw this in Google, it says these could be worth up to like $60 each. And I'm not talking AI. This is just Google, regular Google. Is that a thing? Do people pay $60 for a $20 bill? Because if they do, I've got a great business idea. Because guess what? Money is cheap. If you just return it and sell it back to them at the same price you paid for it. It's very cheap. Yes, they do. You have E77477277. You've got one more 7 than I do. eBay, you can find listings for people selling money for more than it's worth. So should I list them, or these? Or do I just have $40? I was hoping for your input. On replay, this trial is wild. Great for playing poker with those numbers. I'm checking my numbers. If any of you, regardless of the denomination, as long as it's like current U.S. currency denomination stuff, if any of you have a bill that has 8675309, in this bundle of bills, I found a bill that had 8675309 shuffled, which is the closest I've ever come to it. I actually found 2 of them that had it shuffled and then 1 extra number, I think. I'll give you $20 for both. You know, I've already got an offer for $10, Josh, so I'm sort of holding out. I'm holding out for that. Let's see. Doesn't cost you anything to sell. Hey, you can just go to the bank. Excuse me while I check my wallet. eBay takes 30% of most sales go elsewhere. Yeah, like Facebook. People would laugh me off the page. I should start paying attention to my money. Alex, are you telling me that you have one? Or I don't want you to have to go to work finding it for me. I'm just, if somebody happens to have it, I'd be interested. I have a $5 bill with the numbers in red. Oh, those are cool. Is it a silver certificate? Those are fun. You can win money playing poker's liar with random people. Is this an ad? What are you talking about? I'll give you 6 jars of spicy maple bourbon pickles. Thank you. That's about what they're worth. Not silver certificate, just red. That's cool. There are currency trading groups on Facebook, coin dealers and such. Okay, I'm gonna have to do it. I'm gonna have to see if I've got more than $20, because if I can buy money and then sell it for more than it's worth, that is the business model that I would like to emulate. It's almost as good as printing. No, printing money is bad. Don't do that. I'm not suggesting anyone should print their own money. But did you keep any of your euros or pounds when you were in Europe? I have the one that says "Standing on the Shoulders of Giants" on the outside, the gold with the silver center. I've got one of those and a lot of like 50p, 10p, 20p. I've got some of those coins. But do you have a collector's store nearby? I don't know. I will Google that as well. I spent my brother's silver certificates when I was young. No clue what they were. Oh, man. My oldest son spent my entire silver quarter collection on pencils at his elementary school and then gifted the pencils away to his classmates. Yeah. That happened. Silver's worth a fortune now, too. All right. We're done for the day. We're done for the day. This is all we have. It is Friday. While we were listening to this case, I was doing some other work as well. I got a call from...
in the beginning, when we started 110 years ago?
Got a call from Xerox, the company that with the broken printer. I've told you about this trips to fix the broken printer that they said, we're going to get in touch with you. We're going to ship you out a new printer. And they never got in touch with me. And they called me today saying, hey, we just want to make sure you received your printer. Well, they shipped it to a building in Kinston, North Carolina. I'm not saying Kinston is like the ghetto. It's not that rough, but it's not good. And they shipped it to a vacant building that's only, got people in it on Sundays, and just dropped it off outside. They're like, so you got your printer, right? I'm like, nope, I did not. And I had somebody just drive by and check, and there's no printer there. So I have to try to convince them to send another printer, hopefully to my house, which was the plan all along, and then we'll install it down there at that church. But let's see. I just looked at my wallet. I have 2 ones that have serial numbers in order, and they are crisp new bills. Ooh. Google the number. Like, take a little picture with your phone and ask Google if it's worth anything. I did not know if we're here on Monday. Courts may be closed. It is Memorial Day on Monday. That's right. That's right. It is Memorial Day. Remember the sacrifices of those who came before so that we can enjoy the freedoms we enjoy today. Happy Memorial Day in advance. And to all of you, to all of you who have either served or have family members who have served, I say thank you very much for your sacrifice. Most of us will be fishing to celebrate Memorial Day. Why? Because that's what I think people would want us to do, to celebrate freedom. So, courts are going to be closed all over the place. Nothing on Monday. Sorry, in Europe, they might as well call it a bank holiday or something, because we're not going to work over here. If any of you do happen to find a really cool bill in your collection, send it to the Birder phone. Not like send the bill, but like send a picture of it. I'm curious if other people have just some cool numbers they found. Yeah, we had a bank holiday like the week before last. We can have another. Thank you, Amber, for sharing those thoughts as well. Be safe, whatever you do. As you're celebrating and having fun and making memories, be safe. We'd like everyone to come back on Tuesday and be happy and healthy and have a great story to tell. So,
you are banished from the state of Georgia.
I am banished. I am, honestly, I'm looking, I'll tell you this, I'm looking for an opportunity to go remote right now. By remote, I mean farther from my house, taking my remote kit and going on the road with cameras and cover stories as they're either breaking or developing. That's going to be coming soon. We're looking for an opportunity. At one point, it will happen, and I'm excited for it. Get the metal detector out. Oh, I have 5 of them. I can do it. Have a great long weekend. It starts now with fireworks. Thank you very much, Anna. Love that little crack. All right. Well, that sounded bad. Tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love. Smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better. Please stay safe as we go live again Tuesday for sure. Might be sooner. Depends if something breaks and's happening in the area. So you all are wonderful. Yeah. There was no way I could describe the events in this trial or the evidence in this trial without being in trouble. The judge did his best to firm up his understanding of what was going on. But with just the brief presentation like we had in this trial, I mean, how could anyone be satisfied that they have enough? Hope you enjoyed the trial today, guys. Hopefully it'll go to a trial and we'll get to get all the evidence and see what really happened. You guys are wonderful. We'll see you on Tuesday. Bye-bye.
Started 110 years ago.
I'm not going to argue about semantics here.